everybody. I need to get a piece of paper because I need to write my rows down. I'm one of these people who can't remember what row I'm on when I'm doing a pattern. So, piece of paper, pencil. What every good crocheter should possess. Hello and happy birthday, Nathan. I won't sing because it might put everybody else off. Hi, Claire. If anybody's good at singing, you can sing happy birthday to Nathan because I'm not good at it. Right, let me see what row I'm up to. Hi, Chris. Hi, Jane. I don't know what row I'm up to, and if I knew what row I was up to, I can't read it. Little print. Yeah, little print. Right, let me see where I'm up to.
I had to turn the dryer off. It was overheating.
Oh, right, I don't know why.
It's all dry. I don't know why you put it back on.
All right, okay. Okay. Right, I've just done E and F, so I must be up to round 10. I must be up to. So if I write the next few rows down, then I'll know where I'm up to. I'll write up to row 20. Right, okay, let me go back again and see what everybody's writ. Hi, Chrissy. Hi, Jean. Hi, Eason. Hi, Denise. Hi, Jeanette. Hi, Chris. Hi, Eason again. Hi, Ian. Ginger. Ella. Right. Yeah, happy B-Day. Yeah, you're right there. Happy B-Day to Nathan. Hi, Pauline. Hi, Kaz. Right. I had to write me rows down because I'm doing multicolours, yeah. So, hi, Lucy. Thumbs up, says Chris. I have to write my colours down because I'm hopeless. And if you want to know what I'm making, that is what I am making. So it's got a multitude of colours and I get lost very easily. Very, very easily. Because I'm a bit clueless like that way, yeah. You're keeping your thumbs with you, right? Okay. I'm keeping my thumbs with me because I can't press my own thumbs up. Would be a little bit funny, wouldn't it, if you could do your own thumbs up, yeah? Right, I have to start off with another colour now, and I don't know what colour I'm up to. If I'm up to row 10, oh, I'm back with the main colour, which is a rather large ball of cream. Yeah. Happy birthday, Shad. I know it's a bit late. It was earlier in the week, your birthday, wasn't it? But we'll say happy birthday as well. Oh, thank you, Kaz, yeah. Yeah, I think Shad were you earlier in the week, Shad? I think you were, weren't you? But we said we'd do it as a birthday weekend, yeah? We said we'd do that, yeah. Right. Join on wool and see what I've got to do next. Right. I'm up to row 10. Join in A. 1 treble, 1 chain, 1 treble, and 1 treble to each way along. Oh. Oh, it's treble 2. Sorry. I haven't watched anybody else's videos as usual. I am a naughty girl and lagging behind everything. Oh, thank you, Madeline. Well, I'm pretty rubbish, Kaz, at sending cards, even to my best friends. I didn't even send one to Kelly or to... Oh, the dog's barking. Or to Sue. I spoke to Sue earlier on. She says hello to everybody. And I texted Kelly earlier on. She's doing okay too. So, yeah. The little dog is barking. I nearly scalded her before. She went right underneath my feet when I was carrying a cup of coffee, and as I don't have milk, the coffee was really very, very boiling. So as I walked through, she went between my legs and I nearly dropped it all over her. She's going to have to learn, yeah. Then I get told off for putting the dryer on again, but nothing was really dry. I like my things bone dry. Oh, hello, Poppy. The big girl is here. Hi, sweetie. Hello. How are you doing? Okay, girl. Hey? Yeah. The big one is here to see me, if you can see. I don't know whether you can. Turn your head this way. Poppy, you look like a ball of black fur. Turn your head round. Poppy, turn your head round. No, she's being stubborn. She's now going. And so I have to go and shut the door now. She's a stubborn little custard, isn't she? Right, just bear with me 1 second while I go and shut the door. What are you doing, Popsy? Hey, what are you doing? Go find Mummy. Go find Mummy. Where's Mummy? She's now gone upstairs, but Mummy is in the conservatory. So I'm sure she'll find that out when she gets there. Oh gosh. Why can I not pull my chair up on this carpet? You buy a chair with casters on the bottom and it still doesn't roll. Rosie's settling in quite well, actually, considering she's only been here 2 days. We're having the odd accident, of course, but you know, what do you expect with a 5-month-old puppy? And necklace, it's the same one. It's the same one, Shad. I haven't changed it. All wooden beads. It reminds me actually of sweets because it's got little things on it like that. Yeah, it's the same necklace, yeah. Oh, Poppy's got to come and check on me, yeah. She's been more my dog, I think, since obviously the Rosie's getting a lot of attention because like she's in training. So we have to watch her every minute of the day, otherwise she goes piddle somewhere. So, you know, I don't know whether Poppy's feeling a little bit put out, yeah. Hey, John. So I'm trying to make more of a fuss of Poppy, you know, to make up for the fact that, you know, obviously my son and daughter-in-law are having to, you know, watch her like a hawk because of her not being, well, she's only been here 2 days, let's face it, and she's a baby. And she's only been spoken to in Romanian until we got her, yeah. Ah, dear. Yeah. La, 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 la. I won't sing. I won't sing to you, Nathan. I hope you had a good birthday. Uh-huh. You have to get another. What kind of dog? Well, it takes them a little while, but it's worse, of course, when they don't understand English, isn't it? You know. English is not her first language. Hi, Donna. In case you don't know, Twilight is not called Twilight. She's called Donna, yeah. Yeah, we should have had her a month ago, but sadly, her litter caught parvo, which was a bit of a nuisance because they'd all been injected against parvo, but the vaccine must have been faulty. And everyone except 2 of her litter died. So we're lucky, really. We got Rosie because she was one of the ones who survived. So she must be a hearty little, healthy little thing, yeah. What am I making? I'm making one of those. And don't tell Sue because it's for her. She saw the one I made last year and she asked me if I'd still got it or whether I'd sold it. and I had sold it. So I thought, well, I know she doesn't watch the lives, so I'm making her another one as a surprise. So that's what I'm doing at the moment. But it's one of those patterns you have to watch every row because it's a pain in the to do. It's a pain in the Donna to make it. So it has to be for Sue, otherwise there isn't a largest size. It just comes one size fits all. That's all it comes. And it's very short. I kept getting asked to make it bigger, to make the sleeves longer, to make it, which is one reason why I stopped doing orders, because you can't start mucking about. It's as is. It's just one of those things. If it doesn't fit, it's tough because that's the only size they do. You know, they don't give you a choice. It is a free pattern from Stylecraft if anybody wants to make it. It's by what was she called? I can't think of it. Katie Jones. Katie Jones designed it, and it's called the Blooming Bomber Jacket, and it's from Paintbox Yarns, which I think is Stylecraft. So yeah, I've been, picked up my crocheting again. I don't know why, because it's all stacking up. I need to find some ways of selling it, yeah. Oh, otherwise it will be forever in my she shed. So yeah, I went to the knitting club last week, Ella, yeah. But not many people there. It seems to be dwindling. Oh, Kinko Drift, that's lovely yarn. I love that, yeah. Yeah. I love Serda yarn, but of course it's quite expensive. It's not expensive really if I'm using it for myself, but it's expensive if I'm hoping to try and sell it on later. You know, it makes it rather a dear do, yeah. For myself, I don't mind splashing out on yarn a bit, but for other people, you can't make a penny. You can't even sell it for the cost of the wool because people just don't realise. Yeah. Serdar is a bit expensive, you're right there, Ian, I use a lot of Stylecraft and things like that. Well, hello there, Naughty Hooky. Her name is Jenny, by the way, so say hello to Jenny, Naughty. Oh, God, I can't say it, Naughty Hooking. Hello, Jenny, and welcome. Yeah. So don't get your spanners out, people. I do know her. Yeah. I know you've not seen her on here before, but I do know her. Yeah. They get a bit handy with the spanners on here, Jenny, if you don't watch yourself. They're only saving me from my sorry, from myself, really, yeah. You made a video, did you, today? I've only just watched your other video, Miguel, the one you made in the parking lot, yeah. Yeah, if you start acting up, you'll get booted off by the spanners, I'll tell you now for nothing, Jenny. Well, Inherited Stitches, I don't think I know you. Who are you? Oh, you're from Dee's channel, right? Welcome then. I didn't recognise your name. Sorry, dear. Yeah, I'm glad somebody knows you. Obviously, Miguel knows you, so that's it. Yeah, everybody's welcome on here so long as we know who they are. We do get one or two, trolls, so we have to be a bit careful, yeah. Oh, they do a good job. Yes, they do protect me. They're there with the spanners. Yeah. You're a hooker, are you? Ooh. It's Jenny, as in the first one, Chris. Yeah, like Jenny from the block. Yeah. If I want to insult her, I can call her Jennifer, but she's normally Jenny. Pat gave you 2 boxes of yarn. They're determined that you're not going to stop crocheting, aren't they, Miguel? They're determined to keep you busy. Yeah, it's a good job we don't live over here, isn't it? You're crocheting granny squares. I love granny squares, yeah. I do. I don't like sewing the ends in. But then again, who does? I have tried crocheting over the ends, but somehow I'm not very successful. I still finish up with ends poking up, yeah, you know. I haven't got the knack of crocheting in the ends. And I'm definitely not tying a knot and snipping it off like some people do. Yeah, I like the backs of my crochet to look, well, not quite as good as the front, but you know what I mean. Oh, I do, yeah, Jennifer. Yeah, I don't think anybody. Weaving in ends is on a par with sorting out yarn bath, I think. Yeah, I'm not sure which is the worst. Yeah, yarn bath or darning in ends. You know, I like to knit or crochet from the centre of a ball. And I must admit, I had to give up with this large ball of cream. So it's driving me nutty because I have to keep pulling lengths of it up. I do much prefer to crochet from the middle. Yeah. Miguel is more towards the end of the month, I think. Yeah. I don't know I wonder who did, devise a granny square. I wonder who first thought, I'm going to use up little scraps of wool and I'm going to make an infuriating little square with all little bits that will drive everybody crazy when they have to sew it in. I wonder who thought of that. Manny, this is as bad because I have to change colours every row and I can't carry my colours up. So I know that this will drive me potty before the end of it. So Kelly made one of these and she gave up. She finished up giving it to me to finish off because it drove her crackers. The thing that irritated Kelly was actually you go in between the trebles or the double crochet if you're American, and she didn't like doing that. She wanted to go into the actual stitch. Whereas I don't mind going in between stitches, yeah. I don't like weaving in when I'm going along, if I'm doing granny square shad, because I'm always terrified I'll put one back to front and then it will bug me no end if it's back to front and I can see ends poking out, yeah. So I have to do my ends at the end when I've put everything together. Yeah, I have to do that. I can't do it as I'm going along. I'd have to put pins or something to tell me which is the right side and the wrong side. Because when I darn my ends in, I do try to darn them in so well that they don't show on the right side, and they don't show on the wrong side. So it would be heartbreaking to me if I made something and found out I got a square that was back to front. I'd have to pull it all undone again. You know what I'm like? I mean, the other Saturday, I pulled about an ounce at least, about 50 grams of wool back that I'd already crocheted because I found a mistake. Yeah, I can't abide a mistake. Oh, good evening. What we got? Oh, Blue Heart. Good evening, Blue Heart. Yeah, forgot your name. Sorry. I'm sure somebody will correct me. You might have gathered by now I'm absolutely awful with names. When I first did the channel, when I was at my other house, I used to write people's names down, next to their sort of handles or whatever you want to call them. But I got to know a lot of people, so I stopped doing it. Yeah. Your name's Abby. I tried to blame it on, my dad used to call it old timers disease. It's not quite Alzheimer's, it's old timers where you forget a lot of things. And but I've always been a bit that way. I mean, somebody once said it's because you don't concentrate. When people tell you their name, you don't concentrate. And I guess that is kind of true, yeah. Your daughter's going to pull out loads of work. I can't work on more than a couple of things at once. I get confused. You know, people say, oh, take a photograph of the hook that you're using, so when you go back to it, you'll know where you're up to and what you're doing. But I don't do that. I can't do that. I have to only work on maybe a couple of things at once. I cannot be coping with people who have these myriads of things on the go, you know. You hear of some people who they say, oh, I've got 26 works in progress. And I'm like, you must never get anything finished. Magnetic glitter, I don't know. What is magnetic glitter? Yeah, but you've also got to remember which actual hook you used, because even same size hooks, if they're a different brand, are a different size. I don't know whether you've ever noticed that or not. You know, if you're using, I've done that occasionally when you break a hook and you have to go and use another one. It is a different size. Do I ever give up on a project? Yes, frequently. If I'm doing something and the stitch really gets on my nerves, really irritates me, I just think life is too short. I am not going to do it. Yeah. Oh, that's nice, Jeannie. Yeah. Is she going to stick to metal? Yeah, you know, she walks past something. Ding! Oh, dear. Yeah, you might get glued to the cooker, glued to the stove. Oh, dear. You're going to go and do something completely insane, are you, righty-ho? Are you going to let us know what insanity you're going to do? Or is that going to be a guess? Right, row 11. Oh, silly me. I've just broke off the cream and silly me, it's cream for the next row. Oh, silly, silly me. Right. Yeah. I didn't think I did 2 rows the same thing. The same together, but obviously I did. Never mind, that's another end to sewing, isn't it? Do I care? Do I not? Yes. Can't find the end. You had to see to the flock. Well, I'm glad your hen came back. Would have been quite upsetting if it hadn't, wouldn't it, Miguel? You would have never known what happened to her. I think she packed her bag and decided she wanted to see a little bit of the world. So she said, right, I've had enough of this coop. I want to see the world for a week here. So that's what she did. She flew the coop for a week. But then she decided that the grass wasn't greener on the other side, so she came back again, Miguel. You must look after them too well. Yeah. Right, I'm going to do another row in cream. Yeah. So doing another row in cream. The only thing that's bad about this is you do one and then you've got to do the other side, haven't you? So just when you're fed up of all the ends and all the bits and the what, so you've got to do another one. Yeah. You haven't had a good week. No. My week's not been brilliant this week either, actually. Not been brilliant. But it's over. So we have to think about what today is and what tomorrow is. and we don't think about yesterday. We don't think backwards, do we? Whatever's done is done. We can't change it. We have to move forward, yeah. Oh, Chris, you've disappointed me. I thought you would have got acrylics, or something nice colouring to go with whatever. I don't get manicures because I tend to trim. If my nails break off a bit, I trim them. So I never really have any nails. And I refuse to wear acrylics. I'm not spoiling that, yeah. Oh, you thought Shad had come and pinched your hem for the pot, did you? Yeah. I'm not a lover of fake nails. I just don't like them. I tell you what I hate, those people who have nails that go to a point. They're like lethal weapons, aren't they? Honestly. They must never have children or anything like that because it scratched the kids to death when they were dressing them. Yeah. Oh, I got a bit wet when I came home from knit club. It was so funny. I put the cape over the brand new cape I'd never used before. Big cape that goes over me and goes over the scooter as well. But the wind got underneath it, so I was like a galleon in full sail, bowling along the seafront, and it kept blowing up in front of my face, so I'm like fighting it. I don't know how I'm going to work that out. I think I'll have to take some clothes pegs with me or something when it's raining and peg it underneath. Oh, God, somebody put a picture on Facebook of somebody with long toenails. It was horrible. Hi, Rebecca. Oh, I hate long toenails. My toenails are actually a little bit too long. It's, I was talking about a swimming pool. Yeah, I got really damp. It wasn't so much me getting wet, it was the fact I was nearly blown away. And there's my new rain cape that I was waiting. And it has like a visor on the front and another visor that comes down. But unfortunately, I've got a small head and the hood kept falling forward. So the visor kept coming down here. Tried to keep pushing it up like that so I could see where I was going. Luckily, there wasn't anybody on the seafront much. So, I wasn't making a spectacle out of myself, wasn't provided everybody with gales of laughter as I'm going down the seafront blind. Luckily, it's straight, so when it fell over my face, I didn't run anybody down. Yeah. Oh dear. So, you've been watching the Olympics? I haven't been watching the Olympics really. I'm not a very sporty person, although I'm pleased. I'm really pleased about all the medals Great Britain's won. I think they've done really well. I don't care if they were gold, bronze, or silver, or what they were. I think they do well to get a medal anyway. And people who criticise anybody, I think they're terrible because they wouldn't be able to do it themselves, let's face it. Yeah, Tom Daly. Ooh, he's knitting in his crochet and he's great, isn't he? And he donates all the proceeds when he sells things. He donates it all, because he lost his father to brain cancer, was it? Or brain tumour or something. So he donates all his money to the charities. So that makes me like him even more. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, good. I'm glad you found a foot cream. Good evening, Connie. Yeah. I have dry skin. It's probably worse since I've been here because of the sea air, Yeah, he does very well, doesn't he? And good on him for knitting at the side of the swimming pool, letting everybody see that it's okay if a man knits. I don't see why. I mean, there was quite a few homophobic remarks when it was on there, and I think It's not on, you know. Why? Fishermen used to knit. You know, lots of people, lots of men have knitted over the centuries and over the years, you know, so why make it something that's like homophobic to knit when you're a male? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, you're lingering in the background, are you, Lisa? Righty ho. Yeah. You're going to pop some bread in the oven, right? Okie dokie. I hope he was a slim guy, Miguel, if he managed to shimmy out the truck. I hope he didn't bang his door into your car. I hate it when people park right up next to you. I mean, I need a lot of leg room to swing in when, you know, when I'm getting in and out of a car. When somebody's parked right next, you know, you're terrified of banging and dinging the car, aren't you? Yeah, and that's loads of people. Oh, hi. Hi, Granny D. Hi, Squirrel Raid. My dad, when he was in the army, he said there was a guy who was in his tent, you know, because they were all under canvas, weren't they? That used to knit the most beautiful lacy shawls for babies. And, you know, the rest of his, like, battalion, do they call it, troop, whatever they call it, used to buy them from him for their wives who were expecting babies because they couldn't go shopping, obviously, for anything, yeah. And, you know, they used to do that. I know there's nothing wrong with a man knitting. I mean, when I was a kiddie, my friend's dad made all their clothes in sewing. He was a fantastic sewer. His wife was useless, so he, you know, they had 3 kiddies, not a lot of money, you know the way it is. And he used to make all the girls' dresses and, you know, the boys' trousers and stuff. And he made top coats and hats to match, you know, everything. He was wonderful at sewing, you know. So it's just, oh, she held your phone. She wouldn't be on the video, but she held your phone, Miguel. Right, okay. Yeah, Queen Victoria used to knit and used to crochet, yeah. Hi, Regina. Yeah, Nathan's 21 again. Yeah. Absolutely 21 again, yeah. Oh, this, you know, my friend's dad wasn't a tailor or anything like that. He just used to sew, yeah. My back is already hurting. I need another cushion. If anybody would like a spare back for an hour or so, just let me know, will you? Because I would like to just get rid of it for an hour or so. I will take it back at the end, I promise. I just need another cushion because my back is hurting me. Oh, I get another cushion. Do you like my cushion? Just me, isn't it? All jazzy with sparkles. Wouldn't be me if it wasn't jazzy with sparkles. Oh, you're going to meet David Browning? What, in person or online, Granny? You're gonna really meet him, like face to face, really meet him? I'm pretty rubbish at sewing. Who is David Browning? He is a YouTuber. I think he knits. I don't know whether he crochets. I'm sure Granny will fill me in. He is a YouTuber. Yeah, I wish I could sew. I'm not neat enough. And my eyesight these days isn't good enough. I used to sew. I used to make my own clothes when I was younger. But then, of course, clothes got cheaper relatively. And the fabric got more expensive. You're going out for dinner? What? Hey! Does your husband know? Oh, he crochets, does he, David? I couldn't remember if he was a knitter or a crocheter. A lot of these guys are very versatile, aren't they? They do both, yeah. He crochets. Well, tell him I said hello from me. One day I will actually watch his channel, but I can't do about 2 hours. You know, I always seem to want to watch YouTube when I've got a half hour to spare. And I look at the videos and I think, oh, that's an hour, that's an hour, that's a 2 hour. So I tend to go with the ones who do, videos of 30 minutes or less. It's, yeah, Rebecca, fabrics are so expensive these days, aren't they? I did used to like to make my own things when I was younger because I've always been a little bit sort of bohemian, which you haven't already gathered that. So I used to like to wear clothes that nobody else had. I would not wear chain store clothing in case I bumped into anybody else wearing the same dress as me. I was a bit peculiar like that. My mum used to have a go at me saying, and if anybody did copy anything I had, then I wouldn't wear it anymore. My mum used to say, what she used to say, copying is the sincerest form of flattery. And I used to say, no, it's not. Yeah. It's not. I don't like people wearing the same thing as me. Oh, that's good, isn't it, Granny D? Yeah. You find it hilarious for some reason. What, you got 3 views? We're all waiting for Chrissy's videos, yeah. We managed to get Miguel to make videos, and now they're longer than about 16 seconds now. He's actually making it to 16 minutes. So now we want to do it the same thing with Chris now. Imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. That's what my mum used to say, but I didn't like it. I didn't like people wanting to crochet the same thing as I had with the same colours and everything. I didn't like that. Didn't like it. Oh, that happened to me one New Year's Eve, Blue Heart. It took me ages to find a dress, and when I got there to this New Year's Eve dance, somebody else was wearing my dress. Oh, I hated. I felt like going home again. Mm. I don't. I never get around to lives. I know I should do. I know I should try. But just recently I've been so busy with other things, that I don't have enough hours in the day for spending. I mean, the other day I wasn't even on Facebook at all. Didn't even read an email. I just didn't bother. Um, I get days like that where I just don't want social media at all. I just think, had enough. Don't want to know. Which is funny because when I lived, on my own before, I used to watch everybody's YouTube, everything. I was on YouTube all day long, watching videos and stuff like that. But now it seems to be something that's kind of like passed to me by. Well, my sewing machine's in the shed at the moment, Kaz, and as you know, I've not got electricity in the shed. So if I wanted to, I've got 2 dresses that are too long actually, but I'll finish up hand sewing them because, I'm not going to drag the sewing machine in here. Yeah. Shirt, tie, trousers, shoes. You don't bother them the same. Men don't bother the same, do they, if they're dressed the same as next person? Yeah, but women do. Oh, hi, BB. How are you doing? Yeah, it is lovely just to shut off, isn't it, Connie? Yeah. Some days you have enough of the world and you think, I want to get off, One of Jill's wife, it's just never a convenient time for me for some reason, Shad. I don't know why. The lives are never at the right time for me. They never are. I'm always doing something else, or I've always got something else to do, or I'm just going out or something like that. They're just never. Oh, more so in the 60s to the 80s, I think, Ian, where, you know, guys were quite dandified, yeah. You know, the new romantics, if you can, well, if you were old enough to remember things like that, I do, because I'm old. New romantics, where everybody used to have the long hair and the big frills on their shirts and things like that, yeah. Yeah, the time changes. I don't know how you work it all out in America. I really don't. You know, I know it's a big country and you have time differences from one end to the other, but that I can't work it out at all. I'm like, well, where do they live? Why is like San Francisco different than somebody else's place? Well, I've no idea what 5 p.m. is at my time, Miguel. No idea at all. Because every state in America seems to be a different time zone. I would have to write it down saying somebody's -6 hours, somebody's +6 hours. Um, oh yeah, the new romantics. And then there was like where everybody. It's not me that's got the birthday, Jeanette. It's Nathan, his birthday, and it was Shad's birthday earlier in the week. Yeah. You like going on Daniel's lives? I haven't actually made one of Daniel's lives yet. Yeah. Where's my map? I have no idea. I think it got lost in transit. So I have no idea where my map is, yeah. A lot of things didn't make it here. I mean, my video today was quite dark because I don't know where the light is. I brought the light, you know, with me, or so I thought, and I don't know where it is. So I've got a funny feeling that I'm going to have to be buying a new one. So I'm a bit of a night owl as well, Ian. I like to sleep away half the morning, you know. And then I get mad with myself because I've wasted half the day. Because by the time I've got up and I've had my shower and I've had some breakfast, it's time for lunch, if you know what I mean. You forgot to finish your iced coffee. Well, it won't have gone cold, will it, love? Might have gone warm. You've been on Tokyo time watching the Olympics. That'll mess with your head for sure. I hate to say this, but the only Olympics I've watched has been like replays on the news. As I said before, I'm not a sporty person. I'm very proud of the people who win medals, whichever country they're from. But I'm just not a sporty person. Yeah, really not. No. Oh, stay up there. Right, I'm not on cream anymore. I've got to. Do you know I have to look at my phone? I have to look at my phone to see what day it is. I really do. Gets midweek. I don't know whether it's Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday when it gets midweek. And I'm always surprised when I find out, oh, it's such a day. Some days I've lost days in the week, yeah. Oh, who's going, Abby? Who's going? Who's going? Who is going? Yeah, no, I'm not into. I'm just not sporty, I guess. Round 12, number D. What colour is number D? Number D is olive green. You didn't know that, did you? Number D is, I think it's Stylecraft olive green. My trouble over here, Miguel, is not traffic noise, it's seagulls. Or my daughter-in-law, she feeds the birds, and the birds make so much noise. Much noisier than the birds that I used to have in my hedge. I wonder if they're still there, or whether the people who've got my house have frightened them all away. What am I making? I'm making one of these, but in different colours. One of those. I've made two. I made one in all of those colours, and I made one in like creams and browns. And Sue liked the one I made in creams and browns, and she asked me if I still had it, and I don't. So I'm making her one. She doesn't watch my live, so I'm quite safe. I'm making her one in greens and creams and browns. So who has the pattern? It's a free pattern. It's on Stylecraft. It's called the Blooming Bomber Jacket by Paintbox Yarns, and it's by Katie Jones. But it is a free pattern. You have to go on, I think, and leave your email address, and they send it out to you. Yeah. It is Frida Kahlo, yeah. Frida Kahlo inspirational. That's what it is. So this is the third one I've made, yeah. Kelly made one, but she didn't finish it. I finishing it off for her because she was going to unravel or throw it away. And we can't have that. I don't like wasting things. Right, I've got to do a double crochet. Double crochet. Oh, right, join in D to any corner. 3 chain, double crochet into corner stitch. Double crochet all the way along. Double crochet, 3 chain, double crochet into the corners. Right, okay. I've got what I've got to do next. 1, 2, 3, and a double crochet. Yeah, Frida Kahlo. Yeah, she was a legend. I'm still looking for an outlet for selling my crochet because I refuse to go back on Etsy because they take my money. They take more money than I make crocheting it, so I don't want to go along those lines. It's so annoying. I mean, I'm at a disadvantage here because, of course, postage to the US cost is round about £20 to £25. eBay is completely odious because they want everything for 2p. My friend tried to sell virus shawls on eBay and nobody wanted to give her even £15 for them. She didn't sell hardly any. You see, my problem is postage. The customers that I have are all from the US. So hardly anybody in the UK buys my stuff. It's always the US. But then I've got the disadvantage of having to say the postage will be £20 to £25 on top. Marketplace is just as bad. Again, everybody wants everything for nothing. I just don't know, where to sell it. But I refuse to give Etsy the kind of money that they take from me. I don't know. I've not even gone into an Amazon storefront thing. I don't know. I don't want to get myself into a situation where people want to order things because I'm not in the mood for that. I stopped doing orders, was it not last year, the year before, when it started to make me ill? People wanted things doing and they started messing about. Can you make it this? Can you make it that? Can you do it 2 inches longer? Can you make it 2 inches bigger? Can you do the longer sleeves? And then can you not finish it before such a thing? And when you think it takes a week for it to be sent to America, it was making me poorly. So I thought, right, that is it. No more orders. I either make things and people buy them, and that is the end. I'm not doing any more orders anymore. So, yeah, exactly. But that's what I do, Miguel, and then I get people who say, can you make it in XXX or something, you know? Connie, if you see anything that you like that I've done, message me, and then I will tell you a price. And if you tell me where you live, I'll tell you what the postage is. That applies to anything that I've made, really, apart from the last jacket that I made, because I like the colours in that one. I didn't think I was going to like it that much, but I can't bear to sell that. It was gorgeous. That was done in Karen Cakes, I think. I managed to buy somewhere. I love those colours. They're gorgeous. So sadly, I'm not selling that one. Yeah, I'm going to try, making a video and saying if you like anything on here. I was thinking of doing like a catwalk video or, opening up. I've got a rail somewhere, opening up a rail and putting it out in the garden and put things on it on coat hangers and stuff like that. Oh gosh, yeah, she loves it. She still wears it apparently, Miguel. But that was a labour of love. That was. Took me forever to do that cape. I wouldn't. Somebody else asked me, would I make one? And I said, no, you couldn't afford it because it cost me a fortune just to make the darn thing. I think some people have this impression that if you make it yourself, it's going to be cheap. And it's quite the reverse, isn't it? Why do people... It's the same, I think. I know people who sew and things like that, and they say get the same thing. People think that they should charge like so much for making it. I mean, I said to a lady one time, would you work a whole week? Would you sit night after night for a whole week for £10? And she said, no. And I said, exactly. That is what you're asking somebody who sews, crochets or knits to do. You're thinking that they should make £10 for making you a cardigan. And you think that's fair. And yet, if I asked you to go into the office and work all week and get £10 at the end of the week, would you do it? Well, no. I said, well, exactly. How much an hour do you get paid in your office? And they get, well, anything, £6, £8, £10 an hour. I said, well, exactly. I said, but a crafter gets paid less than £1, less than $1 an hour to make anything if you work it all out, yeah? Yeah, it's lucky if you can get an outlet. I wish I could, yeah. Exactly, Ian. And I bet somebody would want to give you maybe £20 or £30 for it. They wouldn't give you any more than that, yeah. Yeah, I got told that actually, Connie. Somebody said to me, oh, you charge that much? I thought it was your hobby, something that you did to pass the time on. Now you're retired. Yeah, I love to do things like that for strangers. It's a different thing if you're making something for family or even a close friend. You don't count the cost. You don't count the hours it's cost you to make something if it's for a close friend. But you wouldn't, do it for a stranger. If a stranger said, can you make me that? And then they're like, thank you very much. I mean, I've actually seen on Facebook where people who work in an office, have been asked will you make me one? And then when it comes time, they didn't even want to pay for the wool, for the pay for the yarn. They said, oh, I thought you'd make me one. Yeah, exactly, Chris, yeah. They'd be like 70-inch bust, and they'd say, can you make it me in fine cotton, because anything chunky makes me look bigger. Excuse me, madam, but anything would make you look bigger. Don't care how thin the yarn is, you know. I mean, a lady said to me one time, can you convert a pattern for me to make it into a 5X? And I went, no, can't. I said, why don't you go and ask the lady who designed the pattern if she'll scale it up to a 5X for you? Why would they think that I would scale it up for them? Yeah. I like that pattern you've done. Could you scale it up to a 5X for me? And it was a paid for, bought pattern, you know. Some people have, what they say, more neck than whatnot. Oh, what's it called? Yeah, unfortunately, I got rid of a lot of my oddments, Miguel. I just gave them all to charity before I moved. So a lot of those things I made, I can't, do it again. Yeah. Oh, sugar bush. I think I've done. Oh no, I haven't. I thought I'd done two in the corner, and I should have only done one. Yeah, but it's always the people who you ask them, well, would you work all day for nothing? Would you do an extra day at your work for nothing? Just out of the goodness of your heart. If your manager said, can you come in Saturday, but I can't pay you? Yeah, exactly. They wouldn't go in, would they? But yeah, they expect anybody who crafts, sews, knits, whatever. I mean, my friend used to make the most fantastic quilts. The hexagonal fabric quilts. Gorgeous, gorgeous things they were. And she hand sewed every one of them, hand stitched them. And a woman said to her, how much do you charge for a baby's, cot size one? She said, I'll give you £25. She said, you're joking. She said, I sell these for 200. She said, people do appreciate, a hand-stitched, handmade quilt. And they were all like wadded at the back and lined. And she used to put a fantastic edging on. And she used to put the baby's name on them and something like that. And a woman said, I'll give you £25 if you make me one. She went, no. £25 wouldn't even buy the fabric. It's just, I don't know. And yet I see on these designer pages like that, jackets similar to this one, £500. It's on a catwalk, some some house of whatever, not Dior, but you know what I mean, some catwalk. I mean, I always remember that. Do you remember the original Granny Square coat that was done in cream? And that was sold for, what, about £2,000, I think? Yeah. Can you imagine if I said to somebody, yes, I'll make you one. I'll make it for £1,500. I'll give you a bargain. I won't charge you £2,000. I'll charge you 1,500. Yeah, I'll be inundated with orders, won't I? Life is not fair for anybody who crafts. I've decided that. Yeah, they are 200 to 300. Well, Jonah's got the reputation, Miguel. Jonah's got the name. People buy from him because he's Jonah, don't they? Sadly, I couldn't even go a tenth of his prices. I don't begrudge him anything. The lad wants to work hard and do things. I don't begrudge him a thing. Oh yeah, you stick a designer tag on it, you stick Gap on it or something like that, and immediately it goes up by double or something like that. Yeah. No, I just admire anybody who can make a living out of it. I really do. I'm not jealous of them. Well, I'm sort of slightly jealous of the fact that they can get it and I can't. But yeah. But apart from that, yeah. Never mind. Life is never fair, is it? We just get on with it, don't we? Yeah, it's not the product, is it? You're buying the name. My dad used to have a thing about, T-shirts with names on. He used to say they should pay you to wear that T-shirt because you're advertising them. Why should you pay X number of pounds for a T-shirt that's got Nike or whatever, Adidas something written on the front of it? He said, because you're advertising. He said you wouldn't walk around with a, sandwich board, saying buy Nike T-shirts, would you? He used to hate that. He said, I can't understand why people, want to wear things with a label on. Like, what do you want to wear a sweatshirt with Adidas written across the back in massive big letters? You're paying for the privilege of advertising their stuff. Yeah, I don't buy anything. If I buy anything with a label on it, it's usually second hand. And I don't feel too bad about that because I think, well, somebody's had it and bought it and paid full price for it. And here I am coming along buying it second hand. I don't mind. Oh, yeah, before that, Ian, when I was a kid, you knew your sandals were Clark's because everybody wore Clark's sandals or Start Right or K. But you only knew them because of the design of it was. You didn't walk about with Clark's written on the side of your sandals, Right, I've done another colour. I am now on row 13, which is B, and B is gold. B is Hayfield bonus, Aaron gold. Yeah. Yeah. I used to put a little label in some of the things I crocheted, but it was always awkward because you never knew quite where to put the label, especially if it was a shawl, because I didn't want to put a label that would poke in anybody's back of their neck or something like that, And I certainly didn't want to write Urban Gypsy Crochet across the front of a hat, So I did stop, really. I've still got loads and loads of labels, but I just stopped putting them in. And those leather labels that they put on, I always be a bit worried about washing. Because I can remember when Aaron sweaters used to have leather buttons on them, and they always used to have a little proviso written in saying, please take off the buttons for washing, because the brown dye out of the leather would run, onto the sweater and stuff. Yeah, and the leather buttons used to crack and bust wide open as well. So I used to hate selling the leather buttons because of that reason. I used to drum into everybody's head, please do not wash your sweater with the buttons on. You'd inevitably get somebody who did. Right, join in B to any corner. Half treble 3 chain, half treble 2, and half treble all the way along. Okay, can do. Can do. Yeah, well, when you get leather, shoes get wet, you have to be very careful about them, in case they start splitting across the stitches and things. I used to always stuff mine with newspaper because you can't dry them too quickly because you spoil your shoes otherwise if you do that. Yeah, and I never liked I used to wear a leather coat, and I know people say, oh, it's against animal rights, blah, 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 but I used to love a leather coat. It was fashionable at the time. But that used to smell awful. A suede coat used to sting like a wet cow. I remember getting on the bus one day after a downpour and everybody was wearing a suede coat. And everybody was going, because it just smelled like a wet dog or a wet cow. It was just, I was embarrassed sitting there. I felt like saying, it's me coat, it's not me. I don't stink, but the coat does. Well, do you remember those big fur coat? Well, I don't know whether you're old enough, some people are. Those big furry coat things that they used to wear, like Sonny and Cher used to wear. They were made out of real fur stuff. Shaggy things. I had one of those. God, I think about it. I must have looked like a big fat nan. I must look like a yeti. And I used to think I was it, wearing that. No, it wasn't Astrakhan. It was like long-haired sheepskin. I don't know what it was. You must remember the hippies used to wear them. I think Sonny and Cher used to wear them. Yeah, when I was young, don't forget, we didn't think about vegetarianism. We didn't think about, wearing a mink coat. I never had one, of course, I couldn't afford one. But we never thought that it was bad. I always had this impression that, the fur was taken from something that had died, I never thought about things being killed for the fur. I never thought about things like that. It wasn't brought to our attention. I know it sounds a bit silly. But back in the day, it wasn't brought to our attention. That we didn't think. And I didn't think. I never thought two toots about wearing a coat. Wearing a leather coat or wearing a suede coat. I never thought anything of it at all. And I always thought leather shoes and that were always the best. And they still are the most comfy to wear, let's face it. You can be as whatever, vegan, vegetarian as you want, but you can't beat a pair of good leather shoes. Sorry and all that. I know it's not very ethical of me to say that, but they just mold to your feet and they just are. No, I would never. It's the same with Angora, when you read about what they do to the poor little Angora rabbits. I just thought that it was made after the rabbit had died, I hope you don't nod off, yeah. No, I mean my mum had a fur coat. She loved her fur coat, but again, I never thought about where it had come from really. My mum had a mink coat. She did, but I always thought they were like farmed mink, and the minks were humanely killed, for the fur and stuff like that. Hi Esther. But now we think more about where things come from, don't we? And what things are and stuff. Yeah, my dad would only ever wear leather shoes because he had feet problem from a horse trod on him. And I mean a big, big cart horse trod on his foot when he was younger and made a right mess of it and flattened it all out. And he used to get ulcers and things if shoes rubbed him. And, the only shoes he could wear were leather. Yeah. Oh, we touch upon a lot of subjects on my lives, yeah. they go from one end of the scale to the other. I can honestly say that the subjects we discuss change every week, I think. I don't think we've discussed the same topic twice. we don't set off with a theme. It sort of just evolves as we're going along. We start talking about different things and then it evolves, you know, into different subjects and different things, you know. Yeah. I mean, I would like to start a topic off of what craft would you ever like to learn and to do? If you don't talk about what you can already do, we're not talking about if you can knit, if you can sew, if you can crochet. What other craft hobby would you like to have that you don't know anything about? That's completely alien. Yeah. You want embroidery, Kaz? Yeah, right. Okay. Anybody else going to start anything off? You want to learn to knit, Chris? You don't knit already, right? Okay. Anybody else got anything else they'd like to come forward with? You'd like to be able to sew, I think, yeah. I'd like to be able to upholster. Yeah. You know, when you get a chair that's past its best and you love the chair, I'd love to know how to be able to upholster. Yeah. Crazy face loom. Yeah. You know, these people who get an old sofa and they redo it all up and it looks fantastic. And I'm like, so jealous. Because I know if I tried to do it, it would turn out, oh, you're teaching yourself how to cry cut. Yeah. I mean, some things I've never. You'd like to be mechanical, would you? Like a mechanic, yeah. I think I'd like to be more handy, you know. If I wasn't upholstering, I would like to know how to, um, you know, be able to wield a saw or a screwdriver or something like that. You know, to be more handy. I'm not saying I would be able to do it, but you know, you read about these women who make a tiny house all by themselves, don't they, with not much help from anybody else. I wouldn't even know where to start, you know. I did once change a plug, but yeah. Gardening, I have done a little bit in my lifetime, but I wouldn't exactly say I was kind of green fingered. If you saw my video tonight, you would see that the plant I had. My daughter-in-law bought me a plant and it was beautiful. It had about 10 leaves on it. And now it's got one and another one that's dying. I'm not very good. I'm not that struck on what, if it's pretty, it can be a weed, but I still think it looks pretty, you know. What was drunk? I wish I was more adventurous at trying new hobbies. I wish I really was, yeah. You know, I admire people who are kind of, you know, they suddenly say, right, I'm going to paint. And they get a canvas, don't they? And they buy some oil paints and they sit there and they start painting a seascape. And I kind of sit there and look at, I can't, you're kind of drunk, Christine. All right, well, you know, kind of just go and have a lie down then. You know, it just doesn't come to me painting, you know. They always say, oh, you should try, you should all. Yeah, whistle, you're right there, Miguel. Whistle, whistle. You know, they all say, oh, you can just sit there and you can just let your imagination flow and just. Kristen, just go and lie down, will you? Oh, hi, Isaac. Yeah. Yeah, it's happy birthday to Nathan today, and it was Shad's birthday um, earlier on. Yeah, spanner, Nathan. You're right there. But I've sat in front of a canvas with paints and nothing's ever happened. You're not supposed to draw anything. You're supposed to like that bloke. What was he called? Him that used to paint on TV. That bloke with all the fuzzy hair. Um, can't think of his name. Bob something or other. He used to just go like that, didn't he? He'd paint a tree and, he just looked like he was slapping a bit of paint here, there and everywhere. Yeah, Bob Ross, that's the one, yeah. They make it look so easy, don't they? And yet you sit in front of a canvas, you're going, shall I put a bit of sky? What shall I do? Yeah. Oh my goodness, yeah. I can't, I just can't get started. If I do anything or any drawing, it tends to look a bit like, what's he call that guy who paints matchstick men? I mean, he didn't make a fortune because his pictures were worth a fortune after he died. Yeah, Rolf Harris was a good painter. It's just a shame about the rest of him, isn't it? But we won't go there. But he was a good painter. Yeah, Lowry, yeah. What are you talking about, Christine? I think you're in the wrong channel, love. I hate to say this to you. You've got 3 kernel or whatever. I think you're really pissed. I think you should take yourself off somewhere and have a lie down. Yeah, I mean, Lowry never made any money when he was alive. I think that, the money that was made was after he died, poor sod. I mean, he lived in practical poverty with his paintings. There was another lady, American lady, who used to make little paintings that looked like children had painted them. What's she called? Grandma Moses or something? Or am I imagining that? She used to paint things that looked like a kiddie had painted them. I'm sure she was called Grandma Moses. Yeah. That's the way I draw people. Yeah. But unfortunately, I don't want to have to die before any of my paintings get sold. My dad was really good at art, so I bought him some oil paints and canvases one time for his birthday, but he never used them. I don't know why, because he was great at drawing and great at doing everything. His forte was sign writing. He used to be fantastic. Did they call it calligraphy? He did teach me, but I've forgotten. He used to have all these different nibs to pens that used to write fancy writing and stuff like that. And no, I've not heard of Howard Finster. I haven't, no. Have you told your biological father that he's pretty rubbish? No, I can't even paint a wall. Yeah. Can't even paint a wall straight. I have done painting in my life, yeah. When I had to paint, I did paint, but now I don't paint. I love going into art galleries, but I do confess I love the older paintings. The brushwork on some of the portraits, when you go to the the museums, when I have been to the museums in London, which I haven't been for a long time, but I used to stand in front of them and I used to think, what artistry, the paintings, and You know, they've got, they just stand out, you know. Absolutely fantastic. And yet you look at some of the modern ones and it just looks like somebody's thrown a load of paint at the screen, doesn't it? I'm just not into this contemporary art at all. I never did get Picasso. No, I don't like the scream. It gives me the shudders, that thing. It's horrible. No, I just don't like modern art. No, but I do love, you know, the Renaissance paintings and things like that. You know, they just got, I can't explain it. It just, yeah, I just stand in front of them. You can actually see the little brush strokes, can't you? And you feel that. Oh yeah, it's a bonnet. You don't call it a hood. A hood is something you put on your head and wear. Well, you can also wear a bonnet as well. Yeah, a hood is something that you have on your coat. You know, you pull the hood up on your coat. I don't know what you call it in the US, but the hood of a car is called a bonnet, yeah. But also a bonnet is something that the old people used to wear, you know, the big pokey bonnets, yeah. Yeah, the sunflowers is quite good, yeah. But by and large, I don't really like modern art now. Yeah, the trunk is a boot. A trunk is something that's on an elephant. Or it's also something that you put your clothes in, like a suitcase, a trunk, yeah. Um, the English language, well, the English language has got a lot of double meanings to one word, yeah. It must be a nightmare for anybody learning it. A babushka. A babushka is actually a Russian grandmother, isn't it? A babushka, if I remember rightly, according to Kate Bush. It's a Russian grandmother, a babushka. Hmm. Yeah, that's a Russian grandma, isn't it, babushka? Kate Bush sang about it. If you remember Kate Bush, anybody? Watching videos about Da Vinci, yeah. Yeah, I remember Zoe, you know, 24 Karat Crochet, doing a whole video on the differences between UK and US words, of how they're pronounced differently and how they have different meanings, yeah. A press is, I think, an Irish word that they call a cupboard. They call it a press. I think that's Irish. A babushka is something they wear on their head. Never heard of that. As far as I know, babushka is a Russian grandma. No, not an ordinary closet is a press. It's what you would call a linen closet, where you would put your towels and your bed linen. They call that a press in Ireland. Um, we don't call closets closets, we call them wardrobes. A closet over here is a WC, that means it's toilet. It's a water closet, it's a toilet. Yeah. Um, the place where you throw your clothes is a wardrobe. You've heard the Lion, the Witch and the Wardrobe, haven't you? Oh yeah, balaclava is what you wear on your head, yeah. That actually comes from the Battle Balaclava. A tiny room with a door, that's a walk-in wardrobe, which a lot of people do have now. They do have a walk-in wardrobe now. I don't. I'm not rich. I'm not posh. I don't have a big house. I don't have a walk-in wardrobe. Right, have I just done row 13? I'm now on row 14, which is H. A triangular scarf used as a hood under it. That's just a scarf, isn't it? A head square? Headscarf? Oh, the English word for bog, yeah. I'm just going to the bog, yeah. That's going to the toilet, yeah. Yeah, balaclava's a headwear, yeah. Where I put my broom and mop, I call it under the stairs. I call it the I call it under the stairs. Cupboard. A cupboard. Babushka, according to Alexa. What does it say it is, though, a babushka? What does Alexa say it is? Yeah, we call it a broom cupboard. We don't call it a closet. The only thing we call a closet over here is a water closet, which is a WC, which is the toilet, yeah. You put your dirty clothes in a hamper, we put them in a laundry basket. It's not a hamper. A hamper is something that you take on a picnic. It's a wicker basket that's got food in it and cutlery in it, and that's a hamper, yeah. The room where the furnace, we don't have furnaces, you see. We have boilers. A water tank is, that would be the airing cupboard. Probably the airing cupboard, because where the hot water, if it's a hot water tank and it's a boiler, it's usually warm. So that is where we would hang our clothes to dry. A babushka is a scarf you wear on your head. Well, what is a grandma then? What is grandma? Basement, no, we call it a cellar. Cellar. Yeah. No, a hamper's not for dirty clothes. You look up Harrods, the big store. They make a fortune by making hampers with all this fancy food in it that the rich people take on picnics. Yeah. How do we get on the subject? You started the subject off with babushka because I said it was a Russian grandma and you said it was something you put on your head. So I still want to know what a Russian grandma's called because I could have sworn it was a babushka, but obviously I'm wrong. So tell me what a Russian grandma is. It is also Russian for grandma. Yeah, I knew Kate Bush wouldn't be wrong. It is a Russian lady as well. Fortnum and Mason, yeah, they make good hampers, yeah. A picnic basket is a basket that is open with a handle. A hamper is something that has a lid that closes down and fastens, yeah? That's a hamper. Aha. It could be used as a grandpa as well. See, I knew I got babushka for something. Yeah. Babushka, 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 my love. That was Kate Bush, if you're into Kate Bush. I'm now on to Signet Green. Which one is Signet Green? It could be this one. Oh, knocked them all down. Signet Green. Right. Who calls their grandmas Yaya? I can't remember what nationality that is. Yaya. The metal things on a sink, a tap. You mean a tap? It's not a faucet. It's a tap. Oh dear. Oh, the fanny pack, yeah. If you called it a fanny pack over here, you get some very funny looks. It's not a faucet, it's a tap. You turn the tap on over here. If you said turn the faucet on over here, people would say, what? Turn what on? A Greek is yaya. I knew somebody was a yaya. There's Nonna, isn't it? That's Jewish yaya, is it? Nonna, that's Italian, is it? Or Spanish or something? A nonna. Yeah. It's funny how we have different words. Nonna and, oh God, yeah. I used to have a grandma and a granny. I did not have a nana because nobody wanted to be called Nana. They both hated it. And I hate it. If anybody called me Nana, I'd go mad. Not a goat. Right, I've got to do a double crochet. Chain 3, double crochet into the corner. Double crochet. Right, okay. Yeah, we don't have, we've got a mixer tap and I don't like it. You're right there, because I always like to run the cold part of it to make sure it's actually coming from the main water and not coming from the hot water tank. Yeah. 2, 3, double crochet. What's a navy term? No, I don't like Nana. I'm sorry, but I don't. I would loathe to be called Nana. I would correct them, saying I am a grandma or a granny. You call me Nana, you're out. The circular wooden thing, it's a plate that comes from Canada, would you believe? It was made by Native Americans in Canada. That's the cistern. The thing that holds the water in the toilet is a cistern. No, it's not a toilet tank, it's a cistern. You actually finished something, yay! Ian's finished something, yay! Yeah, that's my mum's plaque that she brought back from Canada. I can't reach it down because I can't put it back. It's all different kinds of wood, and I think I used to have one that had like a whale on it, but it got broken. It's all different kinds of wood that all belong to native Canadian woods or something like that. It's all handmade. I've had it for about 40 years. Well, it was actually my mum's. Like I say, I broke mine. My mum brought me one back, which had a lovely, like some kind of a whale, a fancy whale on it, but it broke. Do I call a fan a fan? You mean an electric fan or something that whizzes round? That is a fan, yeah. You're going to the loo, right? Okay, Cass. Skip to the loo, my darling. Hey ho, skip to the loo. This pattern would be great if it didn't have differences in double crochets, half trebles and trebles. If every row was the same, it would be easier. A cistern collects, no, that's a rain barrel that collects rain from the roof. That's a rain barrel. I've forgotten now, I'm doing one thing. Oscillating fan is what sometimes they are called. It's not called an oscillator though, it's just an oscillating fan. But really we just call them a fan. Right, am I doing one in each corner? Yes, I'm just doing one in each corner. If it was all the same stitch, yeah, water butt, yeah. That's right, not a water barrel, a water butt. And butt is also the word for a bottom over here as well. Yeah, it's always just a fun, isn't it? What do I call the wood strip? A skirting board. You could fall asleep. Well, night, Miguel, just in case you go. Shall we say night to you right now then, in case you nod off? Yeah, it's a skirting board. Some people call them a baseboard in America, I believe, but we call it a skirting board. No, we have different words for everything. Who would have thought that America took English from the English people? A window bottom is a sill, a windowsill, yeah. I don't understand how it got so changed. When you think, you came over on the, whatever it was, the Mayflower or something or other, how come English language changed so much when it got to America? How come? I just don't understand how come the words all changed. Do you think they forgot? When they got to America, they forgot the words, so they just made them up as they went along. Yeah, they got over there to America and started changing all the words. I think they forgot them. They forgot what the words were called, so they made their own up. I think that's what it is. Yeah, people came from everywhere, but I think the first settlers, apart from the Native Americans, I'm not sure who the first settlers were, whether they were from English. I don't know who the first ones were. Um, I know people came from all over the place, didn't they? Yeah. Yeah, lots of people came from Ireland, didn't they, because of the potato famine. But I don't know what the chronological order is, who arrived at the US first. I don't know. I'm not an expert. I wouldn't like to say. I know they came from all over the place, but I don't know who was actually first after the Native Americans. Obviously, that was their country. That's where they lived. They were the first people there. So I don't know who came over first, who, what, when, where. Ask Alexa. Alexa is in my bedroom, so I'm not going to ask Alexa. You can ask Alexa if you're anywhere near it, yeah. What do I call people from Liverpool? Liverpudlians or Scousers, whichever. Scousers is more of a slang term. Yeah. Well, the Spanish were there first. You see, I don't know who came first. Yeah. You dropped in to see what was going on, did you, Deborah? Well, we're having a lot of discussions today on various things. We're now on about English language as opposed to the American language and what we call different things. And now we've got on to who came first in America. Whether it was apart from the Native Americans, which we all agree they lived there first. And it was such a shame they got their land pinched from them. It's that was a disgrace. But it's happened in Australia as well. I mean, the Aborigines were the first people that were there, and they got their land stolen off them as well. Yeah, the Native Americans, I feel sorry for them. They just got bad press, didn't they? They got called the Indians and something. A slice, I call it a slice of bread. Yeah. Yeah. I'm sorry that Heinz no longer make tomato pickle. I loved tomato pickle. Heinz don't make it anymore now. You can get some stupid pickle stuff that's got chili in it and all sorts of stuff in it. I just want a bread cake. What the heck's a bread cake, Isaac? You called in the fridge. Yeah, why do they have to stick chili in it and Lord knows what else? But Heinz no longer make tomato pickle. And I can't find anybody else who makes tomato pickle. Yeah, they take all these things off, don't they? I like little chopped piccalilli, and that doesn't seem to be around anymore. You know, it was all little bits, like, you know, when you spread it on your sandwich, you didn't get big chunks of piccalilli here. But I'm sure somebody must make tomato pickle, and if they don't, why not? I would buy loads of it if I could find it. I used to love it. Tomato pickle, you can't beat it on a sandwich. You can keep your piccalilli, you can keep your Branston, you can keep anything. Yeah. Miracle Whip. Oh, that is so disgusting. It reminds me of that instant whip stuff they sell in the UK. It's the most revolting thing ever. Miracle Whip. That is vile. Whoever invented Miracle Whip. Oh, God. It's some kind of whipped up junk. It's horrible. Yeah. They make tomato pickle, Calder's Kitchen. Oh, God, I'm going to find that. Oh. I'm going to find them, Calder's. I'm going to write that down because I want some tomato pickle. A barm cake? No. I've heard of a barm pot. It's kind of savoury tomato pickle. Oh, you mean what's Miracle Whip? I don't know. It's an American thing. It's not nice, whatever. A lot of these things, if you read the ingredients, you wouldn't want to eat them, would you? You ever read the sides of, you know, things you buy and you read what they're made of? And they're all full of disgusting things that sound very chemical. And you're thinking, why am I eating this? It sounds rubbish. Why am I eating this junk? Why am I putting this stuff in my mouth? See, that's another word we don't have. We don't have an ice box. We have a fridge and we have a freezer. But we don't have an ice. We don't have an ice box. Yeah. An ice box is something that they used to have back in the Victorian age before they had freezers. It's used to buy ice and put it in a box because nobody had electric fridges, freezers back in the day. Hi, Magali. Cool Whip. I hate anything that is synthetic. If I'm going to have anything as a dessert, I would want fresh cream. I mean proper cream, unadulterated cream, cream that comes from a cow. You can muck about all the other stuff and it's all disgusting. If it involves anything to do with synthetic, I don't. Icebox is the name of a cake. Not in England, it's not. Never heard of it. There you go. No, I don't like anything that's synthetic. You know, these instant whips and stuff like that. You're off to watch the Olympics. Okie dokie. We'll see you again next week, Ian. Enjoy it. Cream commits adultery. What do you mean? No, I like things that are natural. Natural cream, natural milk. I don't like anything fake shoved in my dinner and my food. I like things without preservatives. I like things without bits added to it. I like my cheese to come as cheese. I don't like it with additives, preservatives, and all that other junk that they put in cheese. Don't like it. Oh, bing ping to you as well. I guess I'm weird like that. I like my food as natural as it can be. No, I don't like sympathetic cream. Spray cheese. Whoever thought of spray cheese? Heinz's tangy tomato pickle was absolutely gorgeous. Yeah, American bacon isn't like our bacon, though, is it? You know, I don't know what they do to American bacon, but it's not like ours, yeah. Yeah, sadist. Yeah, that cheese that comes in a tube. What on earth is going on with that? Cheese doesn't come in a tube. It's obviously over-processed and, junk. I don't like junky things. That's why I don't like McDonald's and I don't like whoever else's KFC and all that stuff. Don't eat any of that junk. Spray cheese is not cheese. Well, no, anything that's been synthesized. Oh, cheese whiz. I don't know what that is, but I'm sure I wouldn't like it. Yeah, I don't like burgers unless they've been handmade and I knew what was in them. I don't like any that's been made commercially. Yeah, there's so much fake food, isn't there, that they don't look like. I mean, it's like the chips they have at McDonald's. They're not chips, are they? They're like extruded mash that is fried. What is that all about? I watched a program on it, on how they do it, the fries in McDonald's, and they're not chips at all. They're not even made but proper potatoes. Oh, God, yeah. It's no wonder people die. It's all this junk in the food. Why do they have to? I suppose it's all money, isn't it? Money and quickness, it's all that. Sainsbury's tomato relish. We don't have a Sainsbury's. McDonald's food. I haven't tasted any or had any for years, and I don't intend to have any either. I don't like fast food, really. We don't have Wendy's over here in the UK, as far as I know. Somebody's got to tell me there's a Wendy's in London or something now. No, I don't like McDonald's anything. It's all a load of rubbish. I'd rather go in a restaurant and eat a proper meal than go in a fast food restaurant. I don't understand why they're so popular. I can hear little feet running about everywhere. Somebody's having a mad 5 minutes galloping about. I think, yeah, Subway, I think, is the only fast food I will eat, is Subway. I mean, there's probably a load of additives in that, but I mean, at least in Subway, you look lettuce, tomato, it looks like a salad. As far as I know, they haven't made synthetic lettuce yet. Yeah. No, I haven't eaten one for ages, Subway. Well, the last Subway I ate was actually at Kelly's. We decided we'd send out for a Subway sandwich. That was the last one I ate. But it is very tasty, I must admit. Like Kelly and Rosie galloping about all over the place. I don't know what she's doing, but she's having a silly half hour. They're probably trying to get her to have a wee before she goes to bed. I'm a bit funny over sausages, to be quite honest. Yeah. I don't know about whether they're clean or not. They look okay to me, Shad. Well, the ones in the UK do. No, I don't have any young kiddies. Got grandkids. Well, great grandkids, I should say. I've not had a Burger King for, I don't think I've ever had a Burger King. But Wendy's, I'm sure we don't have a Wendy's over here. If we do, I've never seen one. You've got so many fast food restaurants. I have a friend who is in Ohio. She was on here earlier, but I think she's wandered off. And she showed me a video where she was going to collect her little boy from school. And as she was going down the road, she was pointing out this restaurant, that restaurant, this restaurant, that restaurant. And I'm like, is the whole street just takeaways? You know, I've never seen so many takeaways. And a drive-through pharmacy. Whatever is that about? No, I just don't know. No, if I was tempted, I'd rather egg on toast or something like that if I wanted fast food. I'd rather cook egg on toast or sardines or, something like that. That's my idea of fast food. Yeah, I'd rather make my own sandwich. At least you know what's going on it, don't you? If you've made it yourself, yeah. A drive-through funeral home, what do you do? Throw your loved one out the window as you go past? You know, you wave to your beloved as you pass them by. That would freak me out, a drive-through funeral parlour. Right, I'm now on to row 15. Not doing much today, am I? Not doing much tonight. 15, back to A again. It's trebles, and I'm back to 2 trebles in the corner. Right. Drive through banks? What, do you drive through with a pistol or something? Yeah. Why don't you get out of your cars and walk? Why don't you park your car and walk somewhere? Why does America have to drive through everything? What's wrong with them stepping out and actually using legs? I'm sure Americans' legs will drop off in the next few years because you never walk anywhere, do you? Yeah, everybody goes everywhere in a car. Drive through Florida. Why? Why? It's no wonder there's 600-pound people in America, is it? I mean, we're not saying we've not got them in England, but they're not as many. Although we're catching up, sadly, we're catching up. Drive-through pubs. Why would you want a drive-through pub job? Was you driving through with your pint? No, thank you. Everything's far apart. It might be far apart, but what's wrong with parking in the car park and walking across to the shop? Thank God we don't have to drive through many things here. Most people get out to and walk in the shops. They walk in the shopping malls, they walk everywhere. But we are catching up with America, sadly. We get so many obese people over here. Drive-through yard, how would you manage to choose anything while you were speeding through at a rate of knots, you know? Well, hello there. Hello, hello, hello. Look who's in town. And how are you, my darling Trevor? How are you doing, kid? Yeah, we are discussing drive-through everythings here at the moment, Trev, about everything. They've got drive-through undertakers, would you believe, Trev, in America? I'm not sure whether you chuck your loved one out the window and drive past. No public transport. Mm. Miguel's been making videos, Trev. Yeah, I love my scooter. I love going everywhere on my scooter. And I don't drive through everywhere now. Yeah. Oh, you have to say hello. Yeah, well, say hello, Denise, to him then, yeah. Hi, Trish. No sidewalks on your road. Yes, some of our country lanes don't have pavements either. That's another different word, isn't it? We don't have sidewalks, we have pavements. We've covered a lot of topics tonight, Trev. We've covered, different words, different things. All right, Trish, see you later. Inherited. You haven't got any public transport. What happens if you don't drive? What happens if you have a medical condition that means that you can't drive? What would you do? Yeah, I mean, some of our little tiny country lanes, I must admit, don't have a footpath or a pavement, whatever you want to call it, yeah. But by and large, most urban roads have got somewhere for you to walk, yeah. Mm-hmm. Thank goodness. I don't know whether we have chiggers. We have ticks. I don't know whether they're the same thing as a chigger. Whenever I say anything that sort of sounds American, my son always says, "Oh, you've been talking to the Americans again." If I say a word that's not one we use in England, you go, "You've been on there again, haven't you? Talking to the Americans." No, thank goodness we don't have coyotes, or as far as I know, the only coyotes I ever know are in a zoo. Everything is far apart, but that still doesn't excuse why everything's drive-through, even if things are miles apart. I still don't understand why you have a drive-through Undertakers or a drive-through pharmacy or whatever. Oh, I wouldn't like to see. We've got. I don't even think we've got wolves over here, unless they're in a zoo. We have foxes, urban foxes and country foxes. Um, we don't have a lot of predator things over here. We do have minks because that's when some stupid people let them out of the mink farming factories and they started overrunning and killing off everything. Do I have a Bigfoot? No. We've got the Loch Ness monster, but nobody's ever seen that. Well, people say they have, but it doesn't exist. Or am I spoiling the myth that people do believe there is a Loch Ness monster? It's been proven that there isn't one. They've done sonar, they've done all sorts of testing, they've done underwater, whatever. There's nothing. I drive through houses when people are drunk through. Yeah, a lot of people try to drive through houses when they've had a few, don't they? No, I don't think we've got coyotes. Anybody in England tell me we're wrong, but I don't think we've got coyotes. I don't even think we've got wolves over here. Yeah, I think people are the number one killers of anybody. People killing people. We have a lot of that over here. We seem to have gained a knife culture over here at the moment. All right, I said, yeah. We don't have any bears. We don't have any lions, as far as I know. People keep saying they've seen a big cat, somewhere out on the moors, but whether they were on the way home from the pub when they saw a big cat, I don't know. Oh, we have got foxes. We have beavers, we have foxes, we have badgers. But we don't have a lot of things that kill other things. We've got deer, haven't we? Different deer. All right, okay, Isaac, yeah. Yeah. I don't think, yeah, people keep saying they've seen big cats on the moors. It's been a rumour since Sherlock Holmes' day, Conan Doyle's day. But I don't think anybody's actually seen or caught a big cat of any description. Yeah, deer can startle you. They suddenly jump out of a hedge. I've been fortunate. I've never had well, I don't drive anymore, but when I was driving, I never had an occasion to be that close to a deer. I've seen them on the road, but I've seen them in time for me to stop, if you know what I mean. They've just been wandering around. So you sit in the car and wait while they disappear. But I've never had one like leap out in front of me or anything, or a sheep for that matter, or a cow, or a horse. We do have sharks, yeah. We have sharks, we have dolphins, we have little whales. But I don't think they're generally sort of people eating sharks. I think our sharks are pretty small, pretty innocuous little sharks. You have loan sharks. Because you've got dumb squirrels in Texas, that's why, Miguel. Our squirrels are worldly wise. I think they get out of the way. I don't see as much roadkill anyway. Unfortunately, see cats or dogs that have been run over. Yeah, that's another thing we don't have armadillo. We have a hedgehog. A hedgehog, yeah. They take forever because when they hear a noise, they roll into a ball. Yeah, the American grey squirrels. I was reading somewhere about, is it crawfish or crayfish or something that somebody brought in from America? They're eating all of our little crayfish or whatever they're called. They're predators. We have notices up saying don't feed the seagulls. You don't have to feed the seagulls. If you stand there like that, they'll take it out of your hand. Dive bomb you for a bag of chips round here. Yeah, I was watching a nature program the other day. No, sharks don't live in the canals. The canals are usually a bit too dirty for anything like that. Sharks are out at sea. You keep forgetting, you keep thinking that Trev's on the open sea. He's not. I don't think America's got any canals, do they? Do you know that, Trev? I don't think there's such a thing as a canal in America. No, it doesn't go on the sea. It's a different kind of boat. It doesn't go on the sea. They've got a canal. I don't think Miguel understands exactly what kind of a boat you've got. It's not a seagoing vessel, Miguel. It hasn't got enough of a draw, whatever they call it. Did they call it a draw, Trev, where you have more of your boat in the water? Oh, you've got the Erie Canal, have you? I didn't know whether you had any canals in America. I don't know. Yeah, they don't have stability, do they, Trev, for the sea? Do you have any barges on in America? I know you've got those sort of weird little boats, haven't you, that go on the swamps. They have those massive big, like, fan things, propellers behind them. They're more like hovercrafts, aren't they? Whatever. They're sort of weird little things, aren't they? The Erie Canal's right in the Manchester Ship Canal. I'm old enough to remember all the very big boats that used to be on the Ship Canal. And the cargo boats used to come up there. Massive big boats used to come. And they used to have to raise the bridge, you know, for the Manchester Ship Canal. I doubt anything big enough's gone under there for years. When I was in Greece, we were in this little island in Greece. And this bloke said that he used to work on a ship that used to go up the Manchester Ship Canal. A canoe? No, not a canoe. Canoe is something that you just have on a river. Not very stable. That always used to be in spelling test, didn't it, Mississippi? Like how many S's and how many P's. Yeah, canoeing is great over here. We've got like what they call white water canoeing, where you go down all these rapids and stuff like that. But it's sort of like a houseboats over here don't move, Kaz. They tend to be like moored up permanently. A lot of them can't move. You know, they're like houses on water, aren't they? A lot of people live on them because they're cheaper than buying a house. But they're still expensive. But I suppose if you were living in somewhere like London or anything like that, a houseboat would be cheaper than a house. Because the price of houses in London is whoa. I mean, my youngest niece lives in London, and I forget how much she paid for a house, but it was like twice as much. For the size of house she bought, it was twice as much money as it would have been if she'd have bought one like in Manchester. For what she paid for that house, she could have got a fantastic, about 5-bedroom house up in Manchester. Our canal boats used to carry freight. That's what they were in the olden days. I mean, they're now pleasure boats mostly, but they were used, but they got disused, I think, when the railways came more into, the railways were quicker. But before that, coal and all kinds of things used to get transported down the canals. People made their living just moving stuff along the canal. You know, pottery, coal, whatever. And they had to live on them and all, and bring their families up. And their living accommodation was really small because they needed most of the barge to carry cargo, because that's how they made their money. If you can imagine the size of Fred's boat, that he'd be like squashed into one little bit of it and the rest of it. Yeah, well, they used to use horses to pull the barges over here, you know, to make them go along a lot quicker. Yeah. I mean, there's some very interesting YouTube videos about canals and different things. Some tunnels in canals were so narrow that people used to have to walk them through. They used to lie on their back and walk them through on the wall because the horses couldn't pull them through. It was a pretty hard life working on the barges in the many years ago. They weren't pleasure like they are now. Well, most of they are now. I don't know whether there's any working barges now or working canal boats. Maybe there is, Trevor, I don't know. But I think mostly they're pleasure boats now, aren't they? Man down. Yeah, when you think about it, they lived, cooked, everything in that 10-foot, wouldn't they? Yeah, it's fascinating if you watch the YouTube videos of people on canals. It's hard work, you know, winding the locks open. Especially the ones where there's like 3 and 4 locks, like a cascade of locks. Oh, thank you, Rebecca. You stay safe as well. Have you ever had to work like loads of locks, or do you just stay pretty much where you are, Trev? It must be hard to work the locks if you were on your own. You need somebody else with you. You need at least 2 people, wouldn't you? One to steer the boat and one to do the lock. $69. How do you do a lock on your own though? You can't leave your boat, can you? And you can't get off it and do the lock. You do the winding. You have to rely on another boat coming alongside of you so that they can help you. Gosh, that is hot. That flask keeps that coffee boiling. I'm eating chocolate and I shouldn't be. But I'm being naughty and I shouldn't be. If you wonder what I'm eating Aero. Aero with all the bubbles. I wonder how they get the bubbles in. There's probably some technical way where they blow bubbles through the chocolate while it's setting. They probably do it so it weighs less and there's less chocolate. Well, that sounds like really hard work, that, Dredd. Yeah. Yeah, it's probably lightweight, isn't it? They put air in it so they don't have to weigh as much for the chocolate. That seems like too much hard work, Trev. Running up and down and tying the boat up and... The only thing we nearly did was when we were on the Norfolk Broads, we almost wrecked the boat because we tied it up too tight and we didn't realise that it was tidal where we'd... And we got back and the bloke in the next boat said, we untied and retied you because you'd left it that tight, it would have been stuck in midair when you came back. We were like, oh, sorry. Mint Aero and Kit Kat. That's a strange combination. We were novices at boating. Yeah, it could be. Merging Mint Aero and Kit Kat. Nah. I'm getting all chocolatey. She rammed a canoe. We didn't hit another boat when we were on the Norfolk Broads, but we did hit the side. I wasn't steering. Whoever was steering wasn't looking where they were going. And we actually actually hit the bank. You got to feed your fur babies, yeah? Oh, you live near the Broad. It must have been about 1967 when we went on the Norfolk Broad. I believe they're like really, really busy now. It was bad enough when we were there. There was a lot of boats, but I believe there's like hundreds more boats on there now. Oh, I've got to press a key, otherwise I'm going to go off. Press a key, any key. Yeah, I would imagine so, because everywhere's like 10 times more. I was talking to Sue today, and she was saying that Scotland is absolutely full of people with camper vans at the moment. Everywhere you go, you're falling over camper vans. So, see, same mug as this afternoon, same dress, same beads, but I've got a cardigan on now. Oh, hiya, Ben. How you doing, love? You've been very, very busy. Well, that's good for trade. Don't knock it, dear. It puts pennies in your pocket. Pays your wages when you're busy. There's a place near us that you can park up a camper van overnight. So there's always about 10 camper vans. It's not very private, though. They park them right next to each other. You know, you can't have any privacy. And I don't know how they go on for, you know, bathing and stuff like that. Unless they have a spit wash. Because not all of the camper vans have got bathing facilities, if you know what I mean. I haven't seen Daniel. Well, I've heard about Daniel's pattern, but I need to go and look at it. Because I've been doing lots and lots of shawls. But I'm still trying to find a place to market my stuff. You know. I'm just falling out with Etsy. I really have. So I have a shed full of woolies that I need to sell. I need to earn some money back. I've spent all my money on the house. So I would like a little bit of money in the bank, which I don't have at the minute. But never mind. Can't take it with me when I go, can I? But I would like a little bit, you know, so I could go on holiday maybe. I don't like hot dogs. I'm sorry, they taste like India rubber. I haven't actually, Trev. I haven't. I'm going to have to try. I've been very, very lazy since I've moved here because we've had workmen in, out, roundabout in my lady's chamber. I've not had a minute to myself, really, you know, to even think about how to market them and how to do a sales thing, taking photos, etc., etc. And, you know, the garden was just a mass of pebbles and swampland. But now we've actually got a lawn now. Actually got a lawn. So it's beginning to look a bit more like home. So I need to put some effort into. I spent up on the house. I'm not bothered about the money I spent. But it just would be nice to have a little something to fall back on in the bank, you know. Just a little bit. Not a lot, just a little bit. You know, instead of lurching from payday to payday. Oh dear. Now, a hot dog's a weird, rubbery thing. I don't know what it's made of, but it tastes like rubber to me. You know, hot water bottles, it smells like that to me. When you were a kid, did you ever sniff the inside of a hot water bottle? You're back, are you, Miguel? Okie dokie. Have you fed your fur babies now? I've got a knot in my wool and I don't like it. I don't like knots. Aha, it's gone. Yeah, the house almost finished. It took us from December. We'd given ourselves till the end of August to get it right, to get it all finished off, and we're nearly there. We've just got the outside of the house to do, what we call rendering. I don't know what you would call it in America. It's where they put like some kind of plaster stuff on the outside and then they paint it. Because we've got brick houses in the UK. So it's half rendered at the moment, but the weather's been against the guy, or the guys who've been doing it because it's been raining. And then we've got to sort the garden out. Get some plants and stuff and make it look all pretty. You call it stucco, do they, over there? Yeah. Well, it's the brickwork, and then you put this layer of like special plaster stuff like that, and then they, you know, then you render what we call render it, and then you paint it. Yeah. The dogs are doing well. Puppy's used to being in a dog situation. My daughter-in-law, before we moved here, she used to do like dog holiday care, where she had a license for it and stuff like that, and she passed all the tests, and she used to look after dogs when people went on holiday. And so Poppy was used to a constant stream of dogs coming into the house. So she's used to it, but what she doesn't realise is that this little dog is not going home. But yeah, oh my God, baby, I hope she's okay. Yeah. Yeah, there's another lady who does, I can't think of her name. She puts numbers on her things, and she does a YouTube type video or a Facebook video or something, and she gives things numbers, and she goes, if you're interested in this, ask for the price of number 10 or number 12 or something. And so I thought of doing something like that. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I hope she's doing well, BB. It's not fun sending for an ambulance, but you have to send for an ambulance these days because you can't see a darn doctor. I don't know where all the doctors are. They've gone in hiding, I think. I'm supposed to be having a colonoscopy at the hospital. So today I get a letter saying I'm having a telephone consultation on the 17th. Well, you know, I don't think they can see the inside of my colon over the telephone, so I don't know what all that's about. I've not seen a doctor yet since December. I've phoned up plenty of times, but you never see one. I think they've all gone in hiding. Then they wonder why, you know, the A&E is absolutely straining at the seams, because people just want to see someone and actually see a person to discuss what's wrong with them. They don't want to phone up and be, you know. Yeah, maybe I would have, but you know, everything's done by phone. I mean, my friend's waiting for a prolapse. She said, what am I supposed to do? Put the camera down there, let the consultant have a look at my bits? You know, I said, I don't know. They might do a Zoom. Well, I'm not going to show any of my bits on a Zoom, I'll tell you, Kaz. I'm not showing my bottom. No, thank you. I know, but it's got to be done, Trev. I've had a few issues, which I'm not going to go into on here because, you know, it's a happily family channel. But I've had a few issues and they want to have a look to make sure there's nothing hooky going on up there. So I'm not looking forward to it, you know. I don't like things going that way or the other way. No, thank you. But if it has to be done, it has to be done. Yeah. But much rather they did a scan or something, you know. Well, I'm 75 and I've never been checked before inherited stitches, so, you know. You're fortunate, Miguel. You managed to see people. Right? Over here in the UK, yeah, you don't see anybody. I've not seen a dentist for 2 years. Fortunately, touching wood, I've got no urgent problems, but I haven't even seen a doctor. If I can see, technically I could see a dentist, I think. And technically I can see an optician. I can see a nurse for my diabetes. Why can I not see a GP? Why are they all going hiding? Oh, you have to wait for your hens. Well, tell your hens to hurry up. She's going to be okay. I won't ask you what she's gone in for, but obviously she's poorly if she's gone in. Yeah. Yeah, I believe so. I've not, you know. One of my friend's children's supposed to have had a check on her braces, you know, for her teeth. What do you call them? Retainers or something you call them in America. And she should have had them seen to last year sometime, and she still hasn't got an appointment. I mean, she can't do anything. How can you check? You know, she's supposed to do grin at the camera over Zoom, you know, to see. I mean, she could be doing all kinds of wrong things to her teeth, yeah. You know, I mean, they can see me outside on my scooter if they want. They can talk to me face to face if they're scared of me breathing on them. You know, I've been double jabbed and I don't know why. Why everybody's so scared of me, medical people. I went to the hospital the other day. Pour you a cup. I don't think you want black coffee, do you, Miguel? It's black coffee. Not whether you can see it or not. Oh, you can't without me tipping it out. There. Black coffee. Hot black coffee. Which will probably mean I don't sleep tonight, but that's by the by. I'm going through a phase where I get in bed and I think, I'm so sleepy, I'm going to go to sleep. 3 hours later, I'm still awake. I've tried reading, I've tried thinking of nice thoughts, I've thinking of having a milky drink. I've, you know, even put music on low. And then you see I can't wake up in the morning because of... and yet I can fall asleep in the chair. No trouble at all. You know, I can nod off. I mean, I'm drinking black coffee tonight, but normally I don't drink black coffee, so it's not... Well, I do drink black coffee, but not late at night, yeah. Pork and beans. Hot dog, no. Salad, yes. No, I'm not a hot dog person, sorry. I'm just really not. They taste like rubber to me. Yeah. Yeah, I keep thinking I need to join one of those things, you know, where they read books to you. I like feta cheese. I like goat's cheese. I like a lot of cheese. I don't like the smelly cheeses, you know, the camemberts and the bries, and I don't like the blue cheese where they put mold inside it. You know. I just don't like hot dogs. End of story. I could never understand when they used to sell them on the fun fairs and stuff. I don't know whether Ben's still here, whether they sell them at where he works. But I've just never liked them. Just never liked. I don't like hot dogs either, Miguel. They're just, they're fake, aren't they? They're not, I don't know what they're made out of, but they taste fake. They taste manufactured stuff. They don't taste like they're made from natural meat or something like that. I don't know what they're made out of, but they don't taste natural to me. Oh, you can have our rain. We had rain today. It did try to be sunny when I made my video. It did try its very best. It was raining sideways rain today. I don't like sideways rain. It really wets, doesn't it, sideways? Why don't I put milk in it? I don't like milk. Where is Ben? I don't know where he is geographically speaking. He was on here before. You're like a real sausage dog, but not processed crap. I mean, what are they made of, hot dogs? They taste like processed crap, don't they? They don't taste like there's anything natural in them. Maybe I'm wrong, but they don't taste like anything natural. They taste like something plastic that somebody's dreamed up. The best thing about a hot dog is the mustard and the onions, and then you can leave the hot dog off. Just eat the bun. The bun, the onions, and the mustard. Why people buy them from carts outside of places? They must be drunk, mustn't they? They must be drunk. If you have a dirty cart outside of a pub or something, you see them, don't you? I don't think you see them much these days. But in the olden days, they used to be on every street corner trying to get the drunks, But nowadays, it's all kebabs, isn't it, and stuff. I had a friend who worked in the industry, and he said, never buy a kebab. He said, if it's on one of those great big things like that, where they carve it off, like a shish kebab, he said they never get to the bottom of it. They just put more meat on it. So the meat at the bottom's been there for weeks. He said, they're just not clean at all. He said they don't empty it and sterilize the spike, then put new on. They don't. They just put more meat on, more meat on. He said you could get, and it's like warmed up and let go cold, and then warmed up, let go cold. He said they're just a disaster. So I won't have a kebab. Unless we make them ourselves, on the barbecue, then we know what goes in them. It's no wonder people are ill after they've been out on the beer, and then they call for a kebab on the way home, and then they wonder why they're ill the following day. Probably food poisoning. There's a lot more cream in this than what I remember. A lot more cream in this. Still, I shall keep on going. I'm sure it's fine. What am I crocheting? I'm crocheting. It's Frida Kahlo inspired jacket. But I'm not doing dark colours. I made one in cream colours and whatever, and my friend Sue, as you all know, my friend Sue, asked me had I sold it. And I said, yeah, I had. She said, oh, I would have had it from you if you hadn't sold it. So I know she doesn't watch my live channel, so I thought, right, I'll make her one from when she comes down as a present. Because her birthday came and went, and I didn't get her anything for her birthday because I didn't see her. And to be quite honest, I forgot until it was the actual kind of day. So it was a bit too late to do anything about it. So it'll be like a belated birthday present when I finally get to see her. So that's what I'm making. I can't remember what colours I used for the other one because I sold it. So I was just trying to use what I had, but I've had to buy some colours because I didn't have all the right colours. So she's got a Darwin accent. She has a lovely accent, does ours. So you would never have understood me if I hadn't have moved when I did to live in Prestwich, because I came from Oldham, which is just as broad an accent as Sue has. So if I'd started making videos still living in Oldham, you would have never understood me at all. Why would you think Inherited is drunk? Why would tamales cause drama and strife? Who is Sue? Sue is my friend who used to live close by me, and she used to come on videos with me. But she moved to live in Scotland, so now, of course, I don't see her. I speak to her all the time, but I don't actually see her. Yeah. No, I don't like cornbread and have no idea what tamales are. People freak out about lots of other things. Sue doesn't have a crochet channel. She crochets, but she used to come on mine. She used to do the videos with me when she came to say something with my old accent. Right, Miguel, where's the bin? Has they been out all night? Does they like ends? They like ends, does they? Does they have them in coop? That's the way I used to speak. Because that is a typical Oldham accent, yeah. Yeah. And if you say, I see they on telly tonight. I see they on telly. Yeah. Has they been out? Has they been courting? That's an Oldham accent, no, Trev, honestly it is. And that's the way that my Sue speaks a little bit like that. So you don't understand me, do you? You don't understand it. It's what they call a dialect. It's a Lancashire dialect. Yeah. Two soups. Yeah. I've lost bottle green. Where's it gone? Oh, it's on the floor. No, I asked if your hens were in the coop. Has the hens been in coop? Is what I asked. Yeah, this is overall, yeah. Victoria Wood was actually born in Prestwich, where I used to live. She was born in a nursing home. No one understands that. Anybody in England will understand me because they're used to the Lancashire dialect. It's only you foreigners in Texas that don't understand it. Acorn Antiques, yeah. Nobody else misunderstood Sue. Yeah, she was born in a nursing home. That's what you would call a maternity home. Acorn Antiques was the name of a show. It was called Acorn Antiques, yeah. No, the hens. Thens. In other words, the hens. Thens. That thens locked up in coop. Are your hens locked up in the coop? Yeah, thens. Everything has a th, and it has no H's in the Lancashire accent. It's all missing. Yeah, Acorn Antiques was a show. It was like a parody about people who ran an antique shop. And the fact that it was really badly acted was part of the charm. They used to keep forgetting the words and getting prompted, and they used to keep coming on at the wrong times and things, but that was part of the fun. It was actually, meant to be that way. One double crochet into the corner space. 3 chain, 1 double crochet, one double crochet, 3 chain. Yeah, it was a show that was written by Victoria Wood, who sadly is no longer with us. She was a very great comedian accent, yeah. Yeah, they would come in and ask about. It was funny, wasn't it? It was kind of funny because it was bad. Oh, I've dropped something on the floor and I can't think what it is. Oh, it's my scissors. I mean, there used to be some shows which Chris will remember that weren't supposed to be funny and were. There was a show called Crossroads that used to come on every night or every other night. It was a serial. And they used to forget their lines and you'd hear people whispering to them and bits of scenery would start falling over and stuff. It was a bit like Cell Block H, where they were supposed to be in a prison cell, and when they leant on the walls in the studio, the walls would start moving. It was funny. Oh, I can't reach down there. A lot of the shows used to be live in the years gone by, and if actors would forget their lines, you'd hear the prompt whispering the line. It was like that. Was it in Z Cars? If anybody's really ancient on here that remembers Z Cars, stuff like that, it was all done live. Mrs. Brown's Boys, I think it is still on, yeah. Mm. Why are you starting trouble with your friend, Inherited Stitches? And who was your friend that you are talking to? Yeah. Yeah, there was a lot of really good shows on. And why would that set him off or her off, saying he hates tamales? I don't even know what tamales are. Don't know. Don't even know what they are. So I can't say I hate them or I don't hate them because I don't know what they are. Has anybody found out anything about the poor lady who got COVID? She comes on here, doesn't she? Has anybody found out? I know she went to hospital, doesn't she? Has anybody found out any more news? Oh yeah, I love Dinner Ladies. I still watch that. It's great. Dina, yeah, that's the name. Nobody found out any more about Dina. Dina, who comes on here, got hospitalised with COVID, and we can't find out, what's happened to her. strange that nobody knows where she, whether she's still in hospital, whether she's come out, whether she's poorly, whether she's recovered. It's not like you can ring the hospital because they won't tell you anything if you're not a relative. It's just a shame we don't know anybody who is a relative that would tell us how she is, yeah. The ladies on the motorcycle were the two fat ladies, the ones who used to cook, yeah. She used to come on here. She was with her name, didn't she? Ness. Dinas. Ness. I don't know what her last name was. Can't think. Can anybody think? No, I can't think. It wasn't Dina, it was Ness. She used to come on here. Yeah, she's been on here many times, yeah. I can't think of her channel. She must have a channel. There can't be many Nasses about, can there? She does have her own channel, doesn't she? I'm sad to say I haven't watched it, her channel, but I know she has one. Dina Shioyos. Yeah, if you have a phone number, but I mean, she probably wouldn't answer her phone if she's in hospital. Especially if she's on oxygen or something, she wouldn't be able to. Perhaps if you sent her a text message, have you tried doing that, Miguel, if you've got her phone number? Or is it a home number you've got? If you have a mobile number, you could try sending her a text and asking her, is she okay? Not sure. Inherited stitches, I'm not sure. Pat Dancer called her sister, but she didn't get any reply. Sad, isn't it? Let's just have to hope she's okay, yeah. We'll have to just hope she's recovering, yeah. Oh, Sarah Milliken. She is funny. She's very rude, but she's funny. I've not watched her like live or anything like that. I've only ever watched her on YouTube or on the telly. Oh, this wolf squeaking. Oh, I hate it when wolf squeaks. Well, I don't know what the situation is in America, whether people can visit. I'm not even sure whether people can visit in the UK anymore. Although my letter did say that if I was to go for treatment, I could take somebody with me because I wouldn't be able to drive home or something after a procedure, so I don't know. But I probably would be going on my own. Somebody might drop me off, but I can't see my son wanting to sit with me while I'm waiting for my procedure. It's not a nice thing to do, is it, so I don't know. I don't actually know if the letter that I've got is from the colonoscopy bloke or from the sleep apnea bloke, because it doesn't say. It doesn't say what department is going to be phoning me. My daughter-in-law said I could look on the hospital list and see what that doctor specialises in, or that whatever specialises in. And maybe I can find out then. So I never thought about that. That's a bit too logical for me. Oh my goodness me. I know the girl I've got friendly with from Knit Club, she lost her husband last year during the height of the COVID. She wasn't allowed to visit him while he was in hospital. Unfortunately, he passed away. And she couldn't even go to his funeral. So she never even got to say goodbye, because when he went in for a routine operation that didn't go well, you know. He caught some kind of an infection while he was in there. It was terrible last year. Nobody could go anywhere with anything. Hiya, Denise. I've got your mug. Denise. Denise has got the same mug as I've got. Oh dear. Did you enjoy your holiday, Denise? Did you have to quarantine when you came back or whatever? Oh, you found Dina's channel. Good show. Yeah, Denise went to see her parents who now live in Spain, lucky so-and-so. Did you have to quarantine when you came back? Yeah. Well, you haven't seen your mum and dad for ages, have you? 10 days? That would drive me potty. My niece has just had to quarantine for 10 days because she'd been in contact with somebody who had COVID. No, she's not. There's two. I get confused, Denise. There's another Dear Designs. I thought I'd sub to you on Instagram and that it was Dear Designs UK. And then this woman said sort of thing, oh, you're such a good mother. And I'm thinking, huh? Hang on a minute. Denise hasn't got any kids. And I realised I'd sub to somebody completely different. Somebody called Dear Designs UK. I don't know who that is. Oh, I don't know what. I've not had to visit anybody in hospital, so I don't know what they've changed now. So I don't know who Dear Designs UK is. Do you know, Denise? Some blonde woman with a little girl. I subscribed to her on Instagram thinking it was you. Yeah. She seems to have a very similar logo to you, though, Denise, honestly. That's what made me think it was you. You know the deer symbol. I thought, a bit strange. She's got a very similar logo to Denise. Not having that. All righty-o. Bye for now. You enjoy your dinner. It's like me with Urban Gypsy. There's more than one. Yeah, Dear Designs. This one's Dear Designs UK on Instagram. Yeah. They don't have cherry Pepsi. Oh, I'm so glad about that. I don't like it. Yeah, England's not doing too bad. I believe America's getting blighted again with the COVID. It depends if you've all been vaccinated and you've all been keeping your distance. I don't know. I don't know what the situation's like in America. I mean, over here we've had lockdown, we've had all sorts of things. Feels like years we've been locked down in and isolating and quarantining, and whereas people in America seem to be just wandering around. I don't know what your situation is. I know it sounds a horrible thing to say, but when people who have been bleating about saying, I don't believe in vaccine, I don't believe in this, and then you read, they died. And I know it's a horrible thing to say, and I feel like I told you so. You thought you were better than everybody else, told you so. I mean, everybody's got freedom of choice, but you don't have to go around saying, I don't believe in it, I don't know this. I don't go around saying I do believe in it. As far as I'm concerned, I'm happily vaccinated, but that doesn't mean to say I will go into shops without my mask. Yeah. Yeah, everybody's entitled to their own opinion, Kaz. I'm not saying this, but it's the way they preach it. You know, they go crazy. Oh, is Casey still there? Oh, lucky Casey. Yeah. I'm glad. Well, I couldn't afford any holidays this year anyway with spending everything on the house, but you know, it must be awful to be booking holidays and then you got to come back and isolate, or you get stuck over there. They take it from the amber zone to the red zone, and then you don't know whether you're coming or going or booking or whether you're going to get cancelled. You don't know anything. You know, and if you do get cancelled, you get your money back. You know, it's just a nightmare these days. I'm glad I'm not going anywhere. I mean, there's always going to be people who die regardless of whether they're vaccinated or not, Shad, but I just don't like people who are like shouting their mouths off, you know, one way or the other. I just don't like that. I just think they should keep their opinions to themselves. If they don't want to be vaccinated, fine, that's their prerogative, isn't it? You know, but don't go shouting your mouth off, rallying round saying it's against my personal liberties, blah, 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 blah. You know, sounds like Poppy's got hiccups. She's gone blip, blip. I can hear her in the hall. Oh, I'm back onto the main colour again. Yeah, no, I've not seen Kelly's boys for weeks. I bet they look really grown up now. Well, it's been months since I've seen Kelly's boys. I've seen them on the videos, of course, but not face to face, you know. Every time I see my great grandkids, they've shot up about a foot. Mm. Where's the cream? Oh, God. I'm getting old, getting down here's farther away. Oh, sure the floor's farther away than it used to be. Yeah, I saw my grandson's little girl for the first time for weeks the other day, and she's going to be tall, yeah. I think somebody's been putting horse manure in her shoes. She's grown up so tall, so tall. Right, I'm on number A again. I'm on half trebles on this one. Right, okay. Well, hello, Poppy. What you doing? Yeah, what you doing, sweetie? You okay? Have you got hiccups? Come here, sweetheart. Are you okay, darling? What do you want, sweetie? Oh, she's got hiccups. Oh, what's your tummy hurting? Is that your tummy making growly noises? She's gone. I don't know whether she's got hiccups or what she's got. Her tummy's making weird noises. You alright, Poppet? Hey? You alright, Poppet? Well, there she was, gone. Gone again. Why have I got bits of white all over the floor? I'll have to pick them up before I go to bed. You want to count all your pennies out at Walmart and make people wait. Yeah. I know, I don't like to see new babies dressed in dungarees and trainers or whatever they're called. Doc Martens. Babies aren't babies for 2 minutes, so I like to see them dressed in pastel shades and baby things so that they look like a little baby for at least some of their life. You know, they grow up far too quickly. You know, I really don't like to see that. Doc Marten boots and a pair of jeans when they're 2 weeks old. No, let them be a baby, is my attitude. Right, number A. Half treble 2. Right, okay. Oh, I think the second one always grows up much quicker. You know, our 2 youngest ones, they're 6 and 3. Well, she's not the youngest one. The boy's the youngest one. He's 2. And the little one that's 3, her vocabulary is fantastic for one so small. She's a real little chatterbox. You know, much quicker. You know, with everything she's done, much quicker than her sister was. I don't know why I was sad when mine grew up out of his big pram, and you know, when I could no longer put him in the big pram and dress him in a little white suit and cardigan. I was quite upset when he became a boy, because he was big as a baby. He was a big baby, so he looked older than he was. And I was so sad when he couldn't be a baby anymore. And I had to stop putting him in little white outfits. I did used to try. I used to try keeping him in white cardigans and things for as long as I could. Oh, knocking my flask about here. can hear Poppy flumping about everywhere. She eats her dinner too quickly. Poppy does, the elder dog. And then she seems to suffer with indigestion for ages. You know, so... But how can you stop her, eating it too fast? She just bolts it down. And then she suffers afterwards. But she's always done it. Don't know whether she thinks somebody's going to whip her dinner away from her before she's finished. I don't know why she eats it so fast. I don't know whether that's Poppy or whether it's the little one. It was either the little one barking or Poppy making a funny noise. I don't know. I'll find out when I go out. Somebody's still awake upstairs. My son's snoring his head off, so it's not him. My son can sleep on a clothesline. Yeah, I know I've mentioned it, but it's not my dog, is it, Denise? So in the end, it's their decision whether they buy her a special bowl. I know I said to them, I said, she needs like either a taller bowl or something to oh, she's all right, is what they say. So I can't interfere, can I? She's not my dog. But she does eat her food far too quickly. And then she starts with these problems. Hi. There was a picture today, came on my special memories of my Buster sitting on the chair. I still miss that boy. I'm going to buy a special clock for you, Shad, just especially one that ticks. Oh, because I know you're missing it, Shad. So I'm going to buy one especially for Shad. How about one that chimes the hour as well? Would you like that as well, Shad? Or even one that chimes the quarter of an hour? Can get them. I used to like watching Cinnamon Stitches when she used to be in the room where all the clocks were. She had cuckoo clocks and all kinds of clocks. They used to make lots and lots of noise. I'm sure Shad would love to watch Cinnamon Stitches. I haven't watched her for a while, actually. Not because I've gone off her or anything. I just haven't watched anybody. Chimes and ticks. I'll put that down. I need to buy a clock that chimes and ticks, especially for Shad. Oh, I know. I miss that little boy. I miss that Gigi. He was such a cuddle bunny. I would love a Chihuahua, but my son wouldn't entertain one. Your internet's playing up. Okay, Trev. Hopefully we'll see you soon. And sorry I haven't been on your lives, but I've been on nobody's lives, so don't take it personal, my love. I am a very bad YouTube woman. I have not seen anybody's. So please don't take it personal if I haven't been on. I keep meaning to watch people. I need to dedicate a day and take a day out and catch up with people. I haven't watched Denise's channel. I haven't watched anybody's channel that I really like. How terrible. I used to be able to watch Everybody Cas, but since I've moved here, I don't seem to have had the time. Yeah, Gigi, he was such a little sweetheart. I really do miss him. And we don't even know why he died, not really. He had a heart murmur, and he wasn't himself, but he'd been to the vet, and the vet couldn't find anything new, anything different. He checked him all over, couldn't find anything different except he had the heart murmur, which he was already on the medication for. So they came away no wiser, and then 2 days later he just died. So I don't know whether his little heart just gave out or what. I don't know. He was only 8, which is no age for a Chihuahua. The character, oh, he was a character, all right. Yeah, if he liked you, he liked you. But if he didn't, he didn't like my son, which is why my son doesn't like Chihuahuas. He bit my son every time he saw him. He bit the back of his ankles. I loved sitting nursing him. He was a character. He would demand to be picked up. He was 8, that's all it is, but that's no age for a Chihuahua. They can live up to 20. He had a few little setbacks in his life, as you know, because he was badly savaged by a Staffordshire Bull Terrier, and they made a right mess of him. You know, his little innards were all hanging. Oh, it was a mess. And then he had leg problems. He had to have 2 operations on his legs. You know, all in all, he had a lot of things wrong with him, the poor little sausage did. And then he developed this heart murmur. Oh, he loved the gardener, yes. He used to go and play with her. My Buster loved the gardener as well. My Buster loved everybody except somebody in a high-vis jacket. He didn't like the postman or anybody that wore a high-vis jacket, and he didn't like hats for some reason or other. You know, when the dog walker came to take him for a walk, he had a cap on one time, and he wouldn't let him in. And he took his cap off, and Buster went running up to him to have his lead put on. He was a funny little soul. He just hated caps and hats and high-vis jackets. Yeah, that's what happened, Shad, with my Buster. His legs went from underneath him. And one day he just couldn't get up. He just couldn't move. I tried to lift him up, to stand him on his legs, but his legs just had given way completely. He couldn't stand on them. So I thought, well, I can't do any more. The only, kindest things to put him to sleep, which I didn't want to do. Don't get me off again. But I had to. He's over. I don't know whether you can see him or not. He's there. Look at that tongue. He had one of the longest tongues I've ever known of a dog. Oh, look, see, you got me off now, talking about Gigi and Buster. He had a very long tongue, Nathan, yeah. A very long tongue, which he liked to hang out sideways. Well, Buster had his moments, believe me. If he didn't like you, he didn't like you, Buster. He was very judgmental and he held a grudge. He did. No, it's supposed to be a party, isn't it, tonight? It's Nathan and Shad's party tonight. But sadly, we've had no cake. I meant to get a cake, actually. I know it would only be me eating it, but, I would have had a candle and blown it out. But I wouldn't have sang happy birthday because that would have put everybody off completely. because singing is not my forte. I love singing, don't get me wrong, I do love singing. But I know that I don't have a good voice, yeah. So I don't inflict, me singing on other people. Let's just say I've never done karaoke. Although a lot of people who do karaoke shouldn't. You ever been in a pub when somebody's been on karaoke and they've been absolutely dreadful? Apparently Japanese are supposed to be so in love with karaoke. They have these karaoke bars. It's a bit like Britain's Got Talent when they can't sing, isn't it? And you're all cringing with embarrassment when they get up and they start singing, especially when they're drunk. It's really embarrassing. Oh dear. No, I've never felt the urge to do karaoke. I don't know whether anybody in here has, but I don't. Yeah, Chinese or Japanese who do karaoke, and it's blooming awful, isn't it? Karaoke with a spoon. Well, I don't think it's Olympic, is it, Kaz? I kept getting karaoke mixed up with kamikaze because I didn't understand at first what karaoke actually was. Oh, I don't like karaoke, no, especially if people are really awful and you have to sit through it and you're like cringing with embarrassment for them. Oh, and you're thinking, oh, please get them off, please tell them they're rubbish and get them down. And the more rubbish they are, the more people clap them, so they get the idea that they're good, don't they, I can't sing either. I love to sing. I love the actual action of singing when there's nobody in the house because we're detached now. I can sing my little heart out. But I wouldn't sing if anybody was listening. I used to like singing in the car, when I was driving along. And then when you get to traffic lights, you have to remember to shut up, don't you? Because you get very weird looks off the people in the next car. And also, you can't sing in the car if you've got the window open. Yeah. That's another no-no, isn't it? You've got to sing. Motorways are probably better for singing because, people are whizzing past you really quickly. Yeah, our pubs and clubs are open now. I'm not sure whether they're allowing as many people in. Well, maybe you have a nice voice, Chris, you see. We don't know, do we? Yeah, I always used to sing in the car. On the way to work, it was sort of... I didn't want to go to work, so singing in the car made it bearable, yeah. No, the bathroom's the best, especially if you get good acoustics, yeah. I like our conservatory at the moment because it's pretty empty. So that echoes round lovely. But the trouble is with the conservatories, the windows are open, so I don't know whether anybody next door can hear me. One of the carers in the house next to us, she sings. She's got quite a good voice, actually. She sings while she's doing the dinner or the washing up. It's just one of the carers. Because I heard her singing the other week. I said, whoever she is, she's got a good voice. And it was my daughter-in-law. She said, oh, it's one of the carers from next door. We have a house next door that looks after, I don't know what you would call them, respite. They look like young middle-aged men or whatever with learning difficulties, and they live for. I haven't quite worked out whether it's the same men who live there all the time, or whether it's different men that are on respite. A couple of them seem to be Down syndrome, but there are no problems. We don't hear them or anything like that. They're very quiet, and I see them sometimes going for a walk, with their carers and that. But apart from that, you wouldn't know they were there. I love music while I'm doing, well, I don't do so much housework these days, but while I'm doing things around the house. It's not a halfway house as in for prisoners or anything like that. These are people with health issues. But I don't know whether they live there or whether they just come for a 2-week break while their parents or relatives have a break. I don't really know. I've never worked out if it's the same people all the time or whether it's different people. Haven't worked it out yet. But either way, I mean, there are no problems. Yeah. Yeah, I like reggae when I'm doing anything. If it's not reggae, it has to be sort of very, not rock. I'm not into, upstairs is into the heavy metal rock and I really don't like it. If I hear I love rock and roll one more time, I think I'll throw the radio through the window. I love rock and roll. Bloody awful song. But no, I like reggae. Reggae is my best. It's really, I used to do my housework to reggae and dusting and stuff like that. Or if not, I like the kind of dance music type of thing. There was a program on here on TV called Queer as Folk, and it used to be a series on TV. And they had really good music. It was like pepped up versions of like Donna Summer, but it was Donna Summer as done like in disco beat. Nathan will know what I mean. And it was really what I call dance music. And I've got the LP. And I put that, not the LP, I'm getting old fashioned here, aren't I? The CD. And yeah, I love that. It's no good putting anything dreary on when you're trying to do housework, because it doesn't work, does it? Right. Medium to large increase round. Am I doing medium to large? Yes, I am. Yeah. Right. One treble. Into the corner. One treble all the way along. Huh. Yeah, it's 2 trebles in the corners and 1 treble all the way along. Yeah. I like listening to Christmas music, but only at Christmas. I do not want Christmas in July. I do not want all that other stuff. What am I working on? I'm working on another of those, the Frida Kahlo type jackets I made. But this one is a surprise one for Sue, because she liked one that I made but had sold it. Yeah. It's a free pattern. I made 2 of them, if you remember. I made one in these colours. These colours, and I made one in like beiges and whatever. And I sold that too. And Sue said to me, have you still got that one that was in creams? And she said, because I really liked that and I haven't got it, I'd sold it. So I thought, right, I'll make her another one. It's coming out a lot lighter than what I remembered the one I made, but you make like 2 L-shaped bits, you know, that's like, so the sleeve, you make two L-shaped bits and then you join them together. So, but every row's different. You know, some of them are half trebles, some of them are trebles. Yeah, she likes greens. She likes greens and browns. But this is coming out a lot lighter than I thought it was, from my memory. But I know I used cream for the base last time, so I don't understand why it feels much, you know, brighter than it did, or lighter than it did. You know, I don't understand, but still, I'm sure she'll like it. Huh? I love music. Yeah, Frida's husband, he wasn't very nice to her, was he? She had so much wrong with her life, didn't she, Frida Kahlo? I mean, she got run over. Otherwise, she lost her leg, but she had to be encased in like a big plaster cast all of her life. You know, she had a lot of adversity, didn't she, in her life? He was supposed to be a painter, wasn't he, her husband, but he was a... I didn't reckon his paintings were any good. I listen to all genres except I don't like punk. I've never liked punk. I think punk's... Ugh, never liked it. And some heavy rock I can listen to, but a lot I can't. And it's the same with country and western music. I do like the peppy, happy country music, but I do not like My Wife Has Left Me and My Dog's Died, you know? I'm not keen on rap. No, I'm not keen on rap. All these don't like that. You know, these so-called rap musicians talk a load of junk. You know, they're all on about death and guns and whatever. Yeah, I don't mind country music if it's got a beat and it's upbeat and it's nice and stuff, but I do not like the sad, you know, my dog has just died and my wife's gone out and left me, you know. You know, I don't like that country and western. People laugh at me when I say that. A lot of it I do like, really do like a lot of country and western. My favourite sort of era was the 60s with the Tamala Motown and the nice music, you know, the Drifters and people like that. That was my kind of era, you know. I used to love going to the discos and, you know, the dancing and everything. I still love like the 60s kind of music, 60s and maybe early 70s. When you got to the 80s, there's something about the 80s, the music was just dire, wasn't it? And when it was the punk, oh, you know, the Sex Pistols, and like, oh God, they were dire. Even Oasis, I was never into Oasis. I thought they were pretty rubbish. No, I don't like the... Well, it's because you were born around then, Nathan. Don't forget, I was born a lot earlier. I don't like earlier music. I don't like 40s and 50s music. It was all crooners and, you know, people like Frank Sinatra and stuff like that. I didn't like any of that stuff. You know, that was all my dad's music. Not mine at all. I was never into Frank Sinatra or Louis Armstrong, people like that. No, not for me. No. You know, Beatles, Rolling Stones, people like that. But my favourite was the Tamil Motown music. I just loved all of that era. You know, the Supremes and the Ronettes and everything like that. But when it got to the punks and the mosh pits and stuff like that, and everybody sounding the same, didn't like that at all. Didn't mind Sonny and Cher, even the Beach Boys. And I loved the Everly Brothers, yeah. Yeah, Northern Soul and Motown. You can't beat that, can you? Then I was introduced to reggae by my West Indian friends who introduced me to reggae. And I found I liked that as well. But I never liked what they used to call dub. What was it called? That was a kind of a West Indian music called dub, whatever dub was, but I didn't like that. I didn't mind ska either. Ska's got kind of the Northern Soul music, isn't it? No, I'm not keen on, you know, like Doris Day's, Frank Sinatra's, Tony Bennett. I'm not keen on any of that stuff now. It has to be a bit more upbeat than that. Yeah, I never went to any Northern Soul. There was never any near. The nearest one was Wigan Pier, and at the time I didn't have a car to get to Wigan, you know, to go to Wigan Pier for the Northern Soul. That's where everybody used to hang out. So I never actually got to any Northern Soul, yeah. You know, I used to go and see the dreaded Jimmy Savile, but of course we didn't know anything about what he did back then. He used to do a fantastic DJ in centre of Manchester. I can't remember what the club was called. And I used to go and he did the DJing. At the time he had his hair done in like a tartan. It was he was a good DJ. I mean, we later found out what he was like as a man, but we didn't know any of that back in the 60s, did we? We just took him at face value and he was a good DJ. I used to love going to the club because he used to play the great music, yeah. He actually used to live he had one of his places not far from where I lived in Prestwich. He used to sit on the balcony and wave to everybody as they went past. Well, why should you check on the comments, Miguel? You had a lot of them, I did notice that, but I didn't notice anything controversial. Yeah, yeah. I used to like Jimmy Savile back in the day, but you see, we didn't know. You know, with hindsight, we knew nothing. He was just a DJ. I actually met him once. He was in his open top sports car thing, and he was driving past the club. We were waiting outside to go in, and he stopped his car. He was there with his blooming great cigar, saying, "Hello, ladies. Hello, girls," and all that. As I say, we knew nothing. Nothing. It's all right saying, "Oh, you must have known. You must have." Well, no, nobody did. Or if anybody did, they didn't say, did they? Oh, I haven't watched that video. The only video I watched was one where you were sitting in the car park. Yeah. Oh, I know we found out later he was disgusting, didn't we, Nathan? But we didn't know at the time. It's the same with a lot of people, isn't it? You find out much later in life what they were really like. But at the time, you didn't know, did you? It's like Rolf Harris. Nobody knew what he was like. Oh, I haven't seen that one yet, Miguel. Man, I bet a lot of the Hollywood stars. Whew. Hello, Denny. You're babysitting, are you? Okie dokie. Have fun. Yeah, when you read about a lot of um, the stars, the Hollywood stars, I mean, you read later what absolute bar stewards they were, didn't you? You know, but we didn't know at the time, did we? It was all hushed up and kept under covers, and you only read about it much, much later, don't you? Yeah, Jimmy Savile was, oh, we thought he was wonderful. We thought he was marvellous. Jim will fix it, you know, you think, oh. Of course, when nobody knew, did they? That's nice of him, isn't it? Hi, Grandma, give me your phone. My great-granddaughter was like that the other day. She goes, can I have your phone, Grandma? She says, and my daughter-in-law said, we don't have any games on my phone. And she goes, oh, Grandma, because she wanted to play games on the phone, and of course, Trish doesn't have any. And she looked at her in disgust, you know, like, why don't you have games on your phone, Grandma, you know? Well, there wasn't as much press, and everybody covered everything up. I mean, all this Hollywood casting couch stuff and that, we didn't know anything about that, did we? All these stars who were drunk and all the stuff that went on these old-fashioned film sets, how you couldn't be a starlet unless you slept with a producer and all that. We didn't know any of that. We thought it was all innocent Hollywood stuff, and A Star is Born, and people got spotted on the pavements and told they were beautiful, come and be a star. You know, a singer, no, I'd never heard of her. Giselle Mackenzie, never heard of her. Sorry, Shad. You know, we were all totally innocent back then. We thought it was all like, you know, summer holiday, didn't we? I think the general public was shielded from so much stuff. We were shielded from, the press agents kept it from us. I mean, now we find out a lot more because the gutter press are onto everything, aren't they? How did who get famous? Jimmy Savile, I think it was through him being a DJ. I think he got famous for, I don't know really how he started off. Yeah, but we didn't know anything about Judy Garland until much later, did we? Till she had all these problems, you know. We didn't know that she was pumped up full of drugs and stuff. We didn't know anything about what was happening to them. We just all thought it was like, oh, we believed it as they were, didn't we? We believed Shirley Temple was a sweet little girl. We believed that Judy Garland was whatever. We didn't know. We knew nothing. I mean, the press are much better at sort of ferreting out scandal these days, aren't they? Although sometimes I think they go too far. You know, the gutter press, I think they make things up as they go along and they destroy people, don't they? You know, they get some tittle tattle, don't they? And they shove it in the paper and you think, oh, hang on a minute, that's not right, you know. But yet they blarted it all over the paper. And then they get sued and then they put a retraction in that's about an inch high, don't they? Sorry, we got it wrong. Yeah. But they've, you know, they've blackened somebody's name, haven't they, and dragged them through the mud. Because people always have this no smoke without fire, don't they? My shoulder is starting to hurt at the end of this row. I'm going to have to give up. Mind it's 1 o'clock, isn't it now? So it's getting to be that time, people. Miguel's craving fish. You'll have to get your rod out and go down and catch some. Go down to the lake, Miguel, and catch a fish. Or buy one off one of the fishermen that are there. Oh, my shoulder is hurting so bad. Oh, it suddenly started really, really hurting, and I've got to go all the way around this row. Hello, Rose. How are you, my love? Rose from the Philippines is in the house. Hello, Rose. Top of the pops, yeah. It used to be funny back in the whenever it was 60s, 70s when they used to all mime. And they were really rubbish at miming. You could tell they weren't singing properly. You know, they'd be playing guitars without any wires. You're just starting your day, and I'm just finishing my day because it's 1 o'clock in the morning here, almost 1 o'clock. I'm just trying to finish this row, but my shoulder has started to hurt. So I'm plodding on with it because I want to finish the row. I don't like leaving me crocheting in the middle. Yeah, I've seen Rosie's got a video on. I haven't watched it yet. I will watch it. You know, I do try to watch people's videos, although I'm really poor. Rosie's channel, it's Sadi Aki, like she's underneath now. Like the name she's under, yeah. You have to watch Rose. You really have to watch Rose. She's so talented, is that girl. I don't know what she's making at the moment, but what have you been making at the moment, Rose? She makes all kind of things, yeah. What are you doing at the minute? I haven't watched this latest video. You'll have to tell me what you've been making. You're making some mandala bags. Oh, that's nice. She makes some lovely amigurumis, and she makes them all without a pattern, would you believe? Chevron design tumbler holders, yeah? Yeah, the amigurumi. She looks at a picture of an amigurumi, looks at a picture of something, and she goes and makes an amigurumi without a pattern. You know, says me who can't make an amigurumi with a pattern. Well, we're happy to have you here, Rose, even though I'm going to be going off in a minute because it's 1 o'clock in the morning and I'm getting very tired. Yeah, I did catch one of your lives, but I think it wasn't live when I caught it. I think it had been live. I know, she is, honestly. She makes some lovely stuff. It's the same name as she's on here with, Sadi Aki, Shad. You need to find her, you need to, yeah. I do sometimes watch Crochet Rocks, although I haven't watched her lately because I haven't been watching anybody. But yes, I am subscribed to Crochet Rocks, yeah. Yeah, you all need to take a look at Rosie's channel, Sadi Aki, like she is on here. Yeah, the Winnie the Pooh. Did you see the chair cover she made for Winnie the Pooh? It was lovely. Who are you talking about with gnarly surgery? Who? Who has gnarly surgery? I know her son was very poorly for some time or other, but I haven't. Oh, you mean Crochet Rocks, yeah. I know her son was very poorly, but I didn't know she was poorly. Because like I say, I haven't caught up with her videos for quite some time, I'm sad to say. No, her son was very poorly, but luckily I think he's on the better side now. Oh, what about poor Yolanda Soto Lopez, her daughter? Passed away very suddenly and left 6 little tiny kiddies. I used to watch Yolanda Soto Lopez. She makes some great videos, tutorials, yeah. Oh my goodness, cancer of the tongue, that's awful. Oh God, that's awful. Fancy putting her thumbs down on something like that. She lost her daughter, for goodness sake. They don't even know why, do they? What happened to her? She was wearing a heart monitor, so she must have had a few problems, but, you know, to pass away so suddenly and leave 6 small kiddies. Yeah, it is bad, isn't it? Too many people I know. Yeah, how can people thumbs down a video like that? Some people thumbs down anything. I probably get thumbs down on here. I get a thumbs down on every video I make. I just come to expect it now. It doesn't worry me. It's like, oh, hey, here they go again. The same people. I know it's the same people. If they haven't got anything better to do, then I think, oh, yeah. Yeah, it took one of my best friends that lived next door to me 3 years ago. And a lot of my family, and it took my brother as well. So it isn't a... I've got 2 thumbs down. Probably I have. I don't care. I think I'd miss them if they didn't do it. It's the same people, Kaz. It's always the same people. I just feel so sorry for them that they sit there. Oh, she's made a video. Oh, can't wait. Oh. Whether they think it worries me. Hate to tell them, but it doesn't. I always think they live sad lives. Nothing else to do but thumbs down people's videos. They probably do it to other people as well. I don't think I'm so special that they just choose me. I think there's a little tribe of people that go round everybody's videos doing a thumbs down. It's part of their routine. It makes the day. Let's do a thumbs down. As I say, it isn't just me. I know it's not just me. Yeah, little things do please little minds. That doesn't worry me, like I said. There we are. That's as far as I've got. It's sort of almost child size, isn't it? That's what I'm going to be tested for, Shad. But I've got my fingers crossed. Where did Chris go? He's probably nodded off somewhere. Yeah, so that's what it is. I hope she likes it. It's a bit creamier than I thought it would be. I thought it would be a lot more colourful. But we shall see. Maybe it gets more colourful later on. I'll put everything away because we've got a little fur thing that happens to be nosy and she had a head in the bin before. You know, you have to watch when you've got dogs so that you can't leave anything around. She picks things up off the floor and runs away with them. Not used to that. Because Poppy's not sort of that kind of a dog. Neither was Buster. And to be honest with you, neither was Gigi. I've never had a puppy for... Well, I've never had a puppy. The only thing Buster did when he was little was he used to chew slippers up. Chew slippers up. My Buster. But I didn't have him then. No, Poppy doesn't mess with anything. She doesn't chew anything. Unless it's edible, of course. But today, like, you know, she's trying to eat off our plates, you know, and stuff. We haven't yet got the dining table yet. That's in planning. So the dining room is dining table less at the moment. One's been chosen. The dining table's been chosen. But it's not been purchased yet. We've kind of got to the stage where we're kind of running out of money. Which is another reason why I want to sell a few things, yeah. Yeah, some dogs are permanently mischievous, aren't they? But I'm glad to say, really, that she's not. Yeah. Oh, Gigi, yes. Oh, gosh, we do miss our Gigi. Yeah, right, I've put everything in my little organza bag that fits everything in it. I shall draw the drawstring up as tight as I can so little Miss Rosie can't get her nostrils in it. Yeah, the shops are open, Miguel. You can nip out and... No, I don't unwind my yarn into a ball. I use that in the middle of the ball. Oh, I'm sure you've got a tin of tuna in your cupboard somewhere, Miguel. Oh, right. Pack that away, pack that away. I'm getting ready to pack everything away that I can pack away. Oh, goodness. Right, well, I've been on 4 hours and 4 minutes now. I had a cat that didn't touch the wool, but he would pull at the knitting needles when I used to knit. And he actually pulled my knitting off when I was doing a lace pattern and I didn't have a lifesaver in it. I could have killed him. Yeah, he just pulled the needle out of my knitting. I had to take several rows back before I could pick it up. Yeah. But the dogs never bothered it. Gigi couldn't have cared less if I was crocheting, knitting, or what I was doing. Your back seized up or eased up? Seized up. My back doesn't like this chair. Well, not for 4 hours, it doesn't like this chair. It doesn't mind this chair for an hour, but it doesn't like it for 4 hours. Anyway, people, I hope you've had a lovely birthday, Nathan and Shad. And I am going to go to bed now because it is gone past 1 o'clock in the morning and it's time this little girl went to bed. Whether she'll sleep or not, I don't know. I don't know because I've been drinking too much flipping coffee. So I think I'll be wide awake. Maybe I will read for a little while. Yeah. Oh my God, Shad, I wish I could stand up and touch my toes. Yeah. Well, night, everybody. We've got Denise, Kaz, Inherited Stitches, Shad, Miguel, Chris, Nathan, if he's still there, Denise, whoever else is still here. Miguel, he's still here, yeah. And Jane's still here, right. So I'll say goodbye to everybody and hopefully I will see you all next week. Yeah, so bye everybody. Enjoy the rest of your week. And I probably won't see you until next Saturday. Oh, hi, Madeline. And I'll see you all next week. Same time, same place. Whoever's birthday it is next week, we shall celebrate that one. I couldn't touch my toes for many, many years, Cass, so you can still touch your toes and you're a good one. It's been many years since I touched my toes, yeah. Right, bye everybody. I'm definitely going. Thanks for your company. Thank everybody and bye for now. Bye.